I'm even on time. Do.
Just hit the live button. I don't know if we're live. Are we live?
Live.
Well, it wouldn't lie to us.
We got Blue Meanie and Hardy Kruger. Do you hear me all right?
Oh, shit. We're up against Kyle Dunn again.
Oh, no.
Oh, shoot. Should we stop? We don't want to, take views away from him.
We stream sniped. Well, let's watch it for a second. Hey, there's a Before the Crow's Nest. Oh, look, it's Troy Levitt. That's who we're going to cover Troy a little bit. Alt-right. Gamer Gator.
Yeah, we're talking about Nazis this time, so we got to bring up Troy.
Before the Crow's Nest. Marty says she's coming in too. Let's see when she gets here. Australia what?
Australia? Someone in the comment.
So we got Kyle Dunnigan going right now. Is Kyle already going?
I don't know. I just saw that it was. I think so.
Yeah, it's live. I don't know that they're doing a
bastard. Show. Kyle Dunnigan's funny and all, but he's an asshole, man. He knew we were streaming tonight.
He stream sniped us, man.
Yeah,
he knew too.
I don't.
He knows Jonathan's working on doing the face stuff.
Yeah.
He knows that.
I've watched the Fresh Pres of DC 10 times now. I don't get tired of it. It's
no, and Starboat, both of them. Yeah, no,
Starboat.
Supposedly there's more Fresh Pres, but
I hope so.
They're not released yet, though.
It really cracks me up that, those two things are funnier than 15 years of Saturday Night Live.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the last couple of times they've just kind of done this thing where they're talking about that they're mid-process. It's kind of just discussing their process a little bit.
Yeah. The last one was we haven't been around for a while and nobody missed us.
Yeah, we did.
You know? No, it's just I just figure you'd tell us if there was something going on.
Universe mushroom. Well,
mushrooms.
You see the mushroom in the universe, or the Before the Crow's Nest over there? New to me this week. Troy Levitt's an anti-Semite now, apparently. Well, let's.
Well, he worked. So he was the head developer for a game, right? That has an anti-Semitic subplot.
He worked for a company that was hired by a copyright owner to produce a licensed product using intellectual property of a multi-billion-dollar multimedia franchise that was started by a woman who believes in biological sexual dimorphism. We just made the connection straight to Hitler.
Oh my goodness.
So they have that whole thing. That's the other argument they have against Hogwarts Legacy is that they say that your character is part. He's quelching a goblin uprising. The goblins, I guess, team up with the Death Eaters, and they uprise to try to kill people. The Death Eaters are just evil. It's not morally gray. They just kill people and try to take things over. And
that's kind of cool. When I heard that you could use all the forbidden spells and all that stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, they went cooler with it than I even thought they were going. So, but let's.
I mean, is it because are they going for something kind of like Harry Potter Skyrim? Is it supposed to be very?
Yeah. It's open world.
It's not because normally that's
very
the reason
RPG.
Why
I've heard.
Because the reason Harry Potter games of the past suffered a lot is because they were just
they're movie games.
Right? Yeah, they're movie games and with terrible story and just quick time bad. Just
so.
Although I'm forever
I don't know
thankful
if everybody
for PS1 Hagrid.
I don't know if the group of people watching, we got a small group watching live right now, but in not to Adam, but you should watch the channel or anything. But in the chat right now we have Troy Levitt, and this is a little clip about him.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And I'm not in a very good mood.
I noticed.
I am not in a very good mood. We've got two stories today for you, talking about how Hogwarts Legacy has prompted another wave of cancel culture on Twitter. And these are ridiculous instances of Kotaku.
I wouldn't say stupidity, but
stupidity. And we're going to talk about limited run games. They fired one of their employees because they liked the wrong tweets and they followed the wrong people on Twitter. We're going to talk about Troy Levitt, who was, I believe, the head developer.
Yeah, Troy.
Oh, Troy.
Head lead on Hogwarts Legacy, and how he really was, I guess, patient zero for all of this controversy around Hogwarts Legacy. He was actually
so pause it real quick because I'm assuming that this is a picture of Troy setting fire to a transgender youth center, right?
They caught it red-handed, man. Yeah, that's like as famous as the Charlottesville marching kids. That's Troy. He figured out one of the curses when he was playing, like putting the game together. He learned it from J.K. Rowling, the head witch. I mean, I don't know. All this is.
We should have seen it coming because he did outwardly admit that Slytherin is the best house. He's said that before. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. What
Mask off, as they say.
By journalists at Kotaku, Polygon, they kept running with the narrative that he was a bigot and working on a bigoted game for a bigoted person.
If Kotaku keeps it up, they're going to be out of business too. So
Kotaku is going to Kotaku out of business. We're going to talk about this article that came out. It was about a week ago, but I missed part of it, and it actually is really interesting. They accuse Troy Levitt of being something he is not.
No, we don't know what that's like at all.
They accuse him of being alt-right in Gamergate as a fact. They don't say.
Prove it, Troy.
They haven't proven that he's not true.
Every time he talks live or puts out a tweet or is in any way public, he needs to denounce it within that same tweet. And before he says any words, you must have that preamble that you are not. One time, if you miss one time, mask off.
A list of your Gamergate, even though we weren't even there.
We weren't even around. We didn't even have the channel when Gamergate.
And then it was Anime News Network, the one editor called us alt-right.
These guys are after Gamergate. Flip and I were there watching through all of Gamergate, but of course not on the channel. But
and because that's the other thing is like it's funny because I remember because I started talking about Gamergate. And immediately people are like, you're one of them. And it's like, one of them? Because I got into it sideways. Because like I found out about Gamergate because Thunderfoot
and I think
started talking about it.
You showed me Sarkeesian through Thunderfoot. Yeah.
I found out about Thunderfoot because of mid-2000s atheism, younger creationism shit.
Yeah. Isn't that funny how that all ties together? Like,
you
get on the internet looking for cringe in like the mid 2000s or the mid 2010s, and what you find is young Earth creationists. You're like, yeah, let's laugh at this, and then now it's all like totally flipped because I remember laughing my ass off at the Bill Nye versus Ken Ham debate. For anybody that doesn't know, Ken Ham is the dude that he's young Earth, but he also thinks that dinosaurs were real, so he has like a museum where he has a Triceratops with a saddle on it because he thinks that humans and dinosaurs coexisted. He's also got that scale model of Noah's Ark. It's funny, okay? And he was going to debate Bill Nye, who had not proven himself to be a disgusting sellout hack at the time. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to watch this and laugh at it. And it was kind of funny. And I'm like, shit, now I bet Ken Ham would be more scientific than Bill Nye.
Yeah, so to tie the whole thing together, like one of the things all the way back during that Thunderfoot Gamergate stuff, I thought people like Flip and I, who were kind of the only ones who were really into that world at that moment between our friend groups that we know, maybe a few others were, but it was just so obvious that it should have been something that, because Bogosian and Lindsay were in that world too. And it just seemed like it was so obvious that we all should have just said, oh, hey guys, this is like all the other ridiculous things that we kind of say knock it off with. Like in the middle of the time, it wasn't just like younger creationism, it was MLMs or whatever new drink or whatever sort of thetans, whatever. It was all skepticism. And that seemed like just kind of another one that was popping up, like, look at these goofy goofs. Hey guys, don't we all get this? And then all of a sudden we looked around and saw half of the atheism movement said, no, we're on board with this, and just kind of marched and stumbled all the way down. I talked with Jacob Hansen this week. I think it's coming out this weekend. Troy went on with Jacob Hansen too a while back, and they debated kind of some philosophy stuff. But I kind of saw more eye to eye with some of the stuff with Troy, and that all stems back just from this moment of me rethinking everything because I saw all those atheists go wackadoodle during Gamergate. And
have you watched any
of
of the
course,
new,
there's been a million things in between.
Have you seen any of the new TJ Kirk stuff?
Not well. I saw the one with Tucker. If you're referring to that one,
With Tucker,
he had Tucker on it. TJ Kirk,
the Amazing Atheist,
Charlie Kirk. I'm thinking Charlie
yeah.
Kirk. I was
The Amazing Atheist.
No, I have seen some of his stuff. I saw him debate Sitch and Adam a little bit, and then I see him just kind of he just tries to be super anarchic, crazy, wild.
He's funny as hell because I remember getting into him. He was really popular when I was leaving the church, right? So I got into that, like I got to listen to everything atheist phase, and my God, I got into him. I was like, I can't even get into him because he's just, it's kind of the same problem I have with the Quartering. He's just boring to me. Yeah. But TJ Kirk is even more so, and
they just don't have a lot of thoughts. I remember right after Peterson came out with his 12 Rules for Life, he came out with the book almost immediately. He said 12 Rules for Chaos. Like he was dunking on Peterson. Like he did a whole book or something. And everybody said, hey, stupid. Like Peterson could write that same book. He never once said, like, if you were paying attention at all, Peterson's talking about that there's sides of order and chaos, you goof. And it's like
Kirk is like the he's just a total midwit to me. Like when I watch him talk to people, like you are not on anybody's level because there's like a certain level. I think he got in on this sweet spot to where if you said shocking things on the internet, you could get popular. And now the poor dude is up against like Sitch, and Sitch is this weird little autistic genius. I think that like he's probably about as difficult to debate as Destiny.
Yeah, he is really good.
Yeah.
But I was going to say about TJ because like by the time that I'd heard of him, I think Hitchens was already dead, and it's like once you've had Hitchens, like TJ is nothing. Like that's just baby shit.
Oh yeah,
sure, but you get more of him because it was YouTube.
Yeah.
So you get more of a shitty product or less of a fine product.
Let me see here. I think they had a.
I've been wondering lately, why do I still like Hitch? Like I have this tender spot in my heart for him, but like when I go back and look at his interviews, most of his debates are very emotional. Like his arguments seem very emotional to me.
He does a great
job. But I still love him. I don't know what it is.
He does a good job, but then I also agree that they're stuck in their liberal hegemony worldview too a little bit, and sometimes they can't see outside of it. Like, they're just so sure. It kind of falls apart when they get super hyper defensive of Ukraine, and they think they kind of buy into some of those same other stuff of like saying, well, then you love Putin and you're buying into Putin's talking points. If you have any criticism whatsoever for Ukraine, they're not that obtuse, but they go a little bit there. It's like, no, we're not saying those same guys. Like Adam and Sitch are pretty big. Sitch and Adam are pretty big Ukraine war apologists. And
I don't know. It's weird to me that Tucker is like the only voice in mainstream.
Mainstream, yeah, because Glenn Greenwald's not there at all or anything like that. But
but he's the only one who's even taking the tact of just because it's just, and it's so ironic to me because I'm willing to hear the case. Like, I know enough about the history of war. Like, and I remember 20 years ago, I was arguing with all the same people who were just jumping on board with the Ukraine thing about Saddam Hussein and Iraq, right? And it's just funny, and again, it's another example of that whole 1984 thing. Of like, we've always been at war with East Asia. Where like you talk to these people, like, I don't remember you ever changing your mind on military intervention. I don't remember you ever coming out and saying, I've had a revelation. I was wrong in the past when I had this, because like
nobody changes their mind. They just retroactively change all of their past opinions.
Yeah, exactly. And
the thing is, like, it's just like it's almost the same stuff like with Saddam. Nobody was saying we love Saddam when we were saying, hey, what are we doing in Iraq? You know what I mean? It's the same sort of fog of war type stuff where they scramble you up and then make you act like you're some sort of not patriot if you stop at all and say, wait a minute, what are we doing?
Yeah, but Iraq's a great one too, because now, like in hindsight, we can look back at that and there's a lot of people. I swear to God, most of the people now are like, yeah, that was such a terrible idea. I can't believe they did it. And they're like senators who were still around back then who were like, yeah, let's go into Iraq.
Yeah, it's like we learned
there
nothing.
were so few people that were like, no, don't do this.
It's like we learned nothing from all of it. And
just say, you know what, I was wrong about that. But nobody says that, like Flip was saying, that instead what they do is they say, yeah, those dudes that were against it were wrong. Clearly, I wasn't one of them.
What's wild about it, and just a testament to the power of the propaganda of the oligarchy, is that in 20 years' time, they have flipped that left wing from their adversaries to their diehard defenders. And it's really almost kind of the same thing. And they really did just flip them.
4 years. Because I mean, it blew my mind that like when Trump was president and he drone strike that Iranian terrorist. And I just remember all of my friends on Facebook pulling their hair out about like, what's he doing? He's gonna start World War III. And then you fast forward to now, they're like, why aren't we sending stealth bombers to Ukraine? Why hasn't it happened yet? It's like, Jesus, like,
yeah.
Well, that was actually one of my favorite memes that came out of the Obama era, because most of the Obama era memes weren't very good because we were just learning memes. One of my favorite ones, though, somebody took a picture of Obama petting his dog, but photoshopped a drone. And it says, as he leaves the presidency, Obama bids farewell to his favorite drone, Drody. Some shit like, I don't remember. It was great.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that is one of those things, like, God damn, this is one of the things that makes me so crazy about the world is how many times have you guys heard, like, people just announced that Trump is the warmongeringest, bomb-droppingest president in history, and people just
the peace in the Middle East president. You mean? Is that the president you're talking about?
They announced this as and they just and they do it in that that scoffing, fart sniffing tone of like, oh, you don't know. Like, and I always ask them, like, what are you talking about? And then they they just scoff harder and sniff harder. But like, it's just amazing to me because like I don't like Trump, but that's one of the things I have to say, like that I like the part where he was not bomb dropping, and like he's the only president in my lifetime that did not begin or expand a foreign war. The only one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff to get around to.
You don't like him. You don't like him, but you can't. Can't be that guy though. Like there's no middle ground. You can't be the guy that's like, no, I don't like him. I like this thing that he did. It's everything he did is god awful.
Every time. Like I dance or I hint at the thing about like, well, Obama's not such an angel, and everybody was like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm like, he's the president that gave us the new precedent that the president can order the summary execution of an American citizen overseas without a trial. And every time I bring that up, the conversation literally just ends. They don't fight because they know it's true, like they don't defend it because they know, but like, and it's just like, okay. And they just walk away. And then, and it just goes back to next time they say, well, what, they just pretend like they don't know. Well, what was the thing that makes Obama not an angel, And like, you just, that one, like, he's the guy who
the disparity is the message. I mean, we're seeing it this week with the documents with Biden and all that sorts of stuff. Christ. But getting back to this, Troy's got some answers over here on the side, which I think this is kind of some of the stuff they cover in this video. But it's just a bullet point rundown. Gamergate began August 2014 when most of the major gaming press outlets released a series of articles claiming gamers are dead. I made some video about it. Oh, look, I can do this. I made some videos about it 2 years later.
Are you doing the thing? Oh my
Gaming
gosh.
press didn't like that and called me out on YouTube channel in 2020.
We look like CNN.
Really, they wanted to attack Hogwarts Legacy, but my channel gave them something to attack. They were vicariously using you to try to get at J.K. Rowling. I was collateral cancel culture. Yeah.
How much work do you think it would take, Chris, to make a CNN crawler on the bottom? That'll just be timestamps of John DeLynn saying sorry. And you can just put it there. John Nolan says sorry, just for everybody that will keep a running total.
I watched this like history of CNN, and it was talking about how they used to use the term breaking news sparingly, and now it's like every fucking day Breaking news.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Although, like, and I think I've mentioned it before, but that's one of the things about Fox News that like just pisses me off. Because, like, the phone alerts. Because I've got pretty much all the major news on phone alerts, and like Fox is always the first in, and it just pisses me off. Because, like, today it'd be like, legendary actress and singer dead at 54, and I'm always like, just fuck you. I'll wait 90 seconds, and CNN will say Lisa Marie Presley died.
I know.
But like Fox always does the stupid
Fox
teasy
is more
shit.
clickbaity.
Like, yeah, no, and I make a point of like I'm not clicking on that Fox, because I'm not doing it.
That's a problem.
Like NPR, Washington Post, BBC will come through in less than 2 minutes with the actual story.
Yeah, see, I feel like I need to watch more Fox News just for arguments when people tell me that I get all my information from Fox News, because like then they'll be like, yeah, you just watch Fox News, and I'll be like, I don't, and they'll say, oh, well, which ones do you think are hacks? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, isn't Sean Hannity a hack? I'm like, I don't know, probably. I've watched like 4 minutes of Sean Hannity in my life, and they've been from other YouTube clips. I don't watch it.
I can end like shut it down when, like, if you bring up a fact or make a claim and somebody just says Fox News, implying that that's where you got it, just ask them, show me.
Yeah, because frequently,
show me. You're not bluffing, right?
Those 20 people, those America First people who were kind of pushing against the vote in the House, those were not friends of Fox News. Hannity hated them. He brought them on, was pissed off at them, and if you said any of their talking points, they just go Fox News, and like maybe Tucker, but most of Fox News was 100% on the McCarthy side of that stuff, and aggressively pushing it, the Dan Crenshaw side of calling them terrorists, even, and just any general, like if my grandma was around who used to listen to Fox News, and now all these years later, it's my parents who've taken their place, sitting there listening to MSNBC, and it's not really any different. But if my grandma was sitting there listening to Fox News, she would regurgitate to me that those 20 America First people are terrorists. That's what she would have gotten from Fox News.
Well, there's still the thing, like even there's that NPR that New York Times published that opinion piece. Was it last year? But like, to their credit, the Fox News fallacy, and because I remember this even going back to the Iraq days. There was a problem where like people conflate, and they do this to all the networks. Because like if you actually watch the news parts of the different networks, even Fox, they're pretty flat. It's in the commentary that the bias just comes out, and people still conflate that, where it's like, because back in the day where it's like, no, O'Reilly is not the news. Bill O'Reilly is a commentator and a biased one, but like, if you actually watch the news segments, they back then, they weren't all that different from any other of the major news segments. Yeah. It was in the opinion section, the editorials all around it, that you get all the silliness,
Holy shit, hang on a sec. I didn't know about this. Troy just said, if you haven't heard, the press-driven boycott of Hogwarts Legacy had a strong Streisand effect. So now Hogwarts Legacy is the best-selling game in the world, and it still doesn't release for a month. I was going to go pre-order a copy tomorrow.
I heard about it on this show I heard about it talking to you guys on this show a couple weeks ago. I did not know it existed and before then. And like, everything I've learned about it so far kind of makes me interested. I have to admit.
I knew it existed so long. I'm surprised that it's the one being released now, because I could have sworn enough time's gone by. Another game should have been released by now.
No, it's been in the public eye for long enough now. Like I heard about it like a year or two ago, or when I can't remember. It's been quite a while.
I heard about it.
But the way I heard about it was that it's this problematic game and don't buy it. Even back then. So they've only brought it more press, and I keep seeing people trying to put tags on it for Steam for like transphobia and shit like that. I was like,
well, that's one of the things they get into.
If I find a game on Steam and it's like tagged with like it says bigotry and transphobia, I'm like, I'll buy it out of curiosity.
A woman working for one of those companies clicked on that she liked it, and so then they did the same thing they did to Troy. They went down a rabbit hole of looking at her likes and social media presence and saw that she liked Ian Miles Chung and some other people, and she got fired for it. Not just like canceled.
Did you see that guy? Oh, that's crazy. Did you see that guy at the bookstore who like spent all this time like rebinding these Harry Potter books and taking J.K. Rowling's name off the cover and then reselling them for like $170 a piece or something like that. I mean, that's hilarious to me. That like, okay, maybe if we take the name off, like I'll forget that this person is persona non grata who wrote the book. You're not going to forget who J.K. Rowling is. You won't forget who she is.
Can you imagine what a trip it must be? Like, I just wonder what it's like to be her, just because, like, 20 years ago, it was conservative American Christians, like, burning her books.
They're still there. They're still there.
Yeah.
Like those ones didn't go away. They're just not really in the line.
I guess so, but like, yeah. And then just imagine, because like, she's thinking like, wow, I must have arrived. I have figured it out, and like I've become a billionaire selling a message of tolerance to the world. Like, no, it could be better.
And now I'm the most hated, intolerant.
And she's changed nothing.
World.
It's not like she came up with a new opinion, right? It's not like she pulled a Kanye or anything like that. She's just like, no, I still believe in the feminist values that I've always believed in. It's like, now, no. And even like Troy gets fired. Like, Troy is the collateral damage in this. And like,
JK, why didn't you have the right opinions?
It's absolute Puritanism.
Yeah.
Accuse Troy Levitt of being something he is not.
No, we don't know what that's like at all.
They accuse him of being alt-right in Gamergate as a fact. They don't say.
You just list of your Gamergate, even though you weren't even there.
We weren't even around. We didn't even have the channel.
It was that.
When Gamergate
and then it was in the news network.
They came out in a tweet. Yeah. We won't need to go through all that, but it's because it's kind of just regurgitating stuff that we already got from Troy. But they did come out. It's kind of cycling back around, and Kotaku released another thing saying that he's possibly anti-Semite, racist, Nazi past, and they went back through his history.
Should we put bets?
Can Troy tell us
on how much longer Kotaku lasts?
Kotaku is a thing I've only ever seen people talk about. I've never gone to it or seen it on purpose.
Me neither.
What I'm curious about is, can Troy tell us how many pages the NDA he signed was, or is that part of the NDA?
You still get money for that? Should we buy it or should we boycott?
Yeah, because I was like, did you get a severance? Like, did they at least did they buy you out, or did they just kick you to the curb? Or can you say
he
that?
said he resigned. I'm pretty sure. Right? Well, in his video, he said that he resigned.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
Buy it. And in his also said he wants it to succeed. He said, I love my friends at Avalanche or whatever, and I want the game to do well. So I'm going to buy the shit out of it. I'm going to buy like 3 copies.
Is it worth getting the PlayStation 5 for?
I
still need to get Elden Ring and stuff like that.
So there's no way I'm getting the PlayStation 5 anytime soon.
I mean, if you have, I don't know, you could get a really nice PC instead, I guess. I don't know.
I really need a nice PC, but there's also other things I have to buy before I buy a nice PC.
I got a PS5 for God of War.
Whoa.
It was God of War. It was,
but that both
better than all the haters.
God of War and Elden Ring, you can still do PS4.
It's better than the people that dislike it. You can, but I wanted to get one.
I don't know if you can do Harry Potter's on PS4. You probably have to have a 5 or something like that. But I'm a sucker for anything open world. I mean,
I don't think so.
I've seen a lot of channels complaining that everybody's doing too much open world, and I'm like, shut up! I love open world. Like, I want.
Well, it's a tough balance to get. Like, it's been a little while, but for a while I was on this kick of talking about just weird, spectacular jobs to fall into. But there's an English guy that has a YouTube channel that all he does is review indie MMORPGs that are terrible, and he just plays the hell out of them and does these long form reviews of them. But like, because that's the whole thing about open world. Because like, there's a lot of things like, oh, it's open world, but it's like, yeah, it's the same assets recolored and just kind of splattered around, and like, like, yeah, you can go anywhere, but nothing changes, And so it's really hard to get that right, where like it actually feels like exploring and not just the same mundane shit. And that seems like there's an awful lot of people just buying assets and repeating them over and over and over again.
I think flying around the Hogwarts world and seeing it in the true open world might be pretty cool.
Yeah, no, like
That'd be cool.
imagine
Yeah.
if it had kind of a Skyrim-y vibe to it, like where it's like there you are and you can and off you go, or even I mean like Fallout, like I don't know, Fallout 3 had one of the best opening sections in a video game I've ever seen. You guys remember that?
I never played it. I never played it.
Yeah. That's not the good part. But no, just brilliant because the whole thing is about it's a future nuclear nightmare and there's some people survived underground in vaults. And in the game, like you start out as as a child born in the vault. And and it's really good because it's like it teaches the game, it sets up your character and does just really excellent story and world building. It's really brilliant. And it sounds like they're doing something kind of similar with this because you start out as a fifth grader or whatever in English terms. And so I guess it kind of sounds like the kind of same thing. It's like you're in school, so that's the tutorial, and that's cool. A good way to do a video game. Yeah.
So Marty was saying that she might pop on and she wanted to talk about
video games. Oh.
She wanted to talk about video games and killing people and video games.
We're talking about video games, no girls allowed.
He says games were inspired by Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption, Witcher 3. Hey, I got to do my Red Dead Redemption brag. I got 100% in that game.
You got
100%
in the first one or second?
The first one, yeah. My final act. My final act to get the 100%.
1890. So this is a prequel to everything.
I had to kill 2 mountain lions with 1 stick of dynamite.
Jeez.
Actually, they're really good. Let's see if I can remember this because it's been a lot of years. And also, I may have been totally tripping balls on mushrooms. But I may have been totally tripping balls on mushrooms and just fucking around on open world on the original Red Dead. And I was in the tall pines thing. And I can't remember the sequence because I was, tripping pretty hard. And my character, I was skinning a bear. And as I was skinning a bear, another bear, ran at me and I dodged the bear and the bear knocked my horse over a cliff. It died. A wild horse came by. I jumped on the wild horse. I broke the wild horse. And the whole time I'm laughing, hysterically screaming, I'm the greatest cowboy in the world. I was tripping balls on and that's the thing. I had a witness there because I wasn't just on mushrooms. It really was that was one of those things.
Well, now you can do all that. Now you can do all that on Griffin. Go do it on a Griffin.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Because that's what made that game fun. Was the world was set up in such a way that you could tell your own wacky, crazy stories and just crazy shit like that would happen.
No, that's the type of open world stuff that I like. I especially like open world stuff. He says Skyrim and all that sort of stuff. I saw a review of Elden Ring and kind of what Zelda and those guys get right is that it's kind of so open world that you might miss a lot. And you have to be brave enough. Good. You have to be brave enough to let them miss a lot because
okay, Troy, but give us an insider's look at the accessibility. Okay, those of us that suck at games, are we going to be able to play it? Or are there going to be markers that warn us when somebody goes?
Have you seen all that stuff of game reviewers complain that games are too hard? So
Jesus Christ, I saw that with Elden Ring.
And then you get stuff with God of War that says, just show me the movie. Just show me the movie.
What if they release different versions of the game?
That was my big complaint.
This is what I think is the complaint about the open world. Is those guys, some people want to just put on the game. The new God of War, one of the complaints I saw about it is the open worldness of it's fake. It's not really open world. You're kind of, you could just set a movie and just watch the movie. And I think it's those game reviewers trying to push that stuff. So they could just sit and watch a movie and then do their game review and never actually have to play and immerse themselves in a real.
Well, the worst part about this new God of War game, I think the worst part about it was there's a bunch of puzzles. There's too many puzzles and the puzzles aren't that great. And immediately when a puzzle starts, one of the characters with you always says, why don't you try moving that thing over there?
Oh, they
just tell you how to solve it. You're an idiot.
Is there a puzzle difficulty setting?
No.
A lot of games,
just
really
the difficulty setting just buffs the health bar of the bad guy.
Because freaking Silent Hill 2 had like it had combat difficulty and there was a puzzle difficulty setting, and there were different options, and that was 20 years ago. Jeez, video
I think
game
most
designers.
of the God of War puzzles are just where you throw your axe or not. You know.
I know. I don't want the puzzle. That's the thing. That was the previous one was great. It didn't have too many puzzles, and yeah, the open worldness was fake. But the open worldness in the last one felt a lot better than this one. But at any rate, it's I don't want the puzzles, so just get rid of them, or make them good. But if you're gonna make them at all, don't just have a character standing beside me telling me how to solve it. That's just a cutscene that I play.
Yeah.
Hardy Kruger says that it was better in Red Dead Redemption when they just let you float around and figure stuff out, and that's what I agree with. I mean, that's that type of open world I like. That's what I love about Breath of the Wild. It feels like the lore of the world is actually real and all that.
I don't even like the story of Breath of the Wild very much. It's just that exploring is awesome.
Yeah, finding the random side stories that you could have just completely missed.
Jared might have been too young, but do you remember what an unbelievable turd L.A. Noire was? That was one of those first examples of a bait and switch.
I didn't play it, but so many people joked and laughed about it.
It's press X to watch.
It's all memes now. It's got it just like the prequels of Star Wars. It's served for memes.
Is that the press F? Is that the press F
for doubt?
Respect.
Or to doubt?
Yeah. No, and that's it, and it was broken. Like because the concept was kind of interesting, but that game was just so terrible. Yeah, that was an unbelievable disappointment.
No, I wasn't too.
That was hype. Talk about hype. People were excited for that.
Yeah, I didn't play it because I was on my mission.
Speaking of other open worlds,
so
remember
dumb.
that? Oh, I don't even remember the name of it, but there's that one that supposedly had like infinite worlds that you could go on. And
oh my God, No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky.
I was so excited.
Supposedly it's better now. People say
I've heard it's better, but it was so fucking dull.
Marty has opinions about all video games.
We're talking about video games.
Talk about video games. Have you played video games?
I played Call of Duty for a while.
You played open world Jordan Peterson no, I'm just kidding. That would be a pretty good game.
They should do two different releases though of the new Hogwarts game. One of them allows you to choose male or female, and then another one that just doesn't have the option. And that way,
like you put some of those South Park things in there, like bigot mode or non-bigot mode. Or something
that was the best damn thing. Did you play that one, Jared?
Oh yeah, I played both the South Park games.
Fractured Butthole.
Yeah, the Fractured Butthole was great. I did the weirdest gender identity options I could, as everybody did. But then the last time I played through it, I just did straight, white, Christian, male, and it was the rednecks still attack you, and they still say, "We don't want no straight, white, Christian males in our town."
Well, and things they're exactly right, because South Park, they say themselves, their show is basically about extremism, and it's born. We've talked about it already. It's bared out in our lives. They're like, it doesn't matter. There's going to be somebody coming from somewhere at you, because J.K. Rowling 20 years ago it was Christians burning her books, and now it's
10 years ago she was a woke darling.
Trans kids, like wow.
It's so wild how that flipped around.
So we did do It Takes Two, Jared. We bought.
You played that?
Well, my husband and I played like the first, I don't know, this level, but my kids really liked it.
Oh my God, you gotta finish it. Finish it with your husband. It makes me cry. It's beautiful. It's perfect. I love that fucking game.
That's funny.
Do you have to play it with a significant other, or can you do it one player?
Well, it's just two player. You do have to have two players.
You have to have two players?
You could do it online, but
there's no way that the other player could be a computer or something like that.
So the two players are significant. No, there's no way.
Maybe Charlie Dog will learn how to play.
Maybe
you want to play
the characters. The characters are married and they're getting a divorce. So it's best if you play it with a significant other. But
should I watch it like a game journal and not really actually play it?
Not pay someone to watch it and give you a summary, and then.
I've watched a lot of games that I wish I played, and then I'm like, oh, but now I watched it.
Have you ever watched through a game? Were you weren't
Little
an
Nightmares?
Sibling,
Little Nightmares I watched through because it's just so amazing to look at and see.
What, how many siblings do you have, Chris?
I got 3.
Where are you in that?
I'm second.
You're second? Okay. What about you, Flip? How many siblings do you have?
4, and I'm the third. There's four of us. I'm the third.
Okay. I'm the oldest. And I think I have this suspicion that there's this weird thing you get when you're not the oldest sibling, that you're okay watching other people play video games. And I'm just not. I can't do it. My wife can do it because my wife is second oldest, and she could be like, "I'll just watch you play a game." Like, why would anyone do that? I hate that. But all my younger siblings did it.
I was by far the best gamer in my family because, like, if anybody was like going to get far on like Punch Out or something like that, it was going to be me.
It depends for me, but God of War is a game that I'm happy to watch. In fact, I might be happier to just watch that than play it. I get as much enjoyment, at least the old ones. But like Call of Duty, I'm like, God damn it, let me in, coach. That's a whole different thing.
I used to watch you guys play Call of Duty, and I'm terrible at first-person shooters. Like, there's styles. I'm really good at melee, like Elden Ring stuff. First-person shooters I stink at, and I've never liked them, but I can watch Flip play a first-person shooter. But something like Little Nightmares, like, I probably don't want to buy the game and sit there and try to whittle through it. But if you watch it, it's just like so creepy and beautiful, and it's short. It's like almost kind of like watching this like creepy little anime,
There's a whole class of people that can't handle playing the Silent Hill games themselves. But
I believe that.
There's a few people that would ask me like, "Hey, will you play Silent Hill for me?"
I believe
turn off the lights and you play.
If it was too like Amnesia, I'd probably need somebody else to play Amnesia for me. I probably wouldn't be able to handle the startles and stuff like that.
I am not easily scared. Never have been. Even when I was a kid, I wasn't scared by movies and stuff. But I remember there was one day playing Silent Hill 2. I was in the basement in the dark, and I was like, I turned it off. I'm like, I need to go in the sunshine. I need to. This is too much darkness.
It's sad because people who are too cool for games, they really are missing out on like a whole different media experience that they don't realize they're missing. But,
The Last of Us, I've mentioned before, because for me, The Last of Us, the central theme is loss. And like there was one day that game, I had to turn it off because I was crying. Like just the story. This is too damn much for me. Like, yeah,
that might be.
And that's
so games got like that.
There's games that are totally like that, but I shared with these guys like a clip, like look it up online. It's called God of War was always deep, you cowards. And it's true that like people are talking about the new game because he's less toxic and cares for his kid is all deep. But the old one, as gory and as rough as it was, had a really deep, sad, almost like wrench your gut out story at the end of it.
I also love the whole thing about like
we're
it's a world centered on Greek mythology, and these goddamn Puritan busybodies want to go and try to apply morality and ethics.
Current day morality too.
Because taking care of your kids, that's a major theme in the pantheon of Greek gods. Come on.
So
I'm the god of taking care of your. Is there a god of that? I'm the god of taking care of your kids.
The god of your room.
So one of my big problems with the new God of War game is that it's like littered with modern language. And like modern language that annoys me anyway. Things like when you're with a girl, like Atreus is with the girl that he has a crush on, and they say something like, "Oh, that's awkward" or whatever. I'm like, no, you're taking me out of the Norse mythology world. Shut the hell up. Don't do our. I swear to God, if somebody says the word literally, I'm gonna lose.
Yeah, she should have said something like Aphrodite would be turned off by that, you putz.
Oh, that reminds me of. The Knight's Tale was like that for me.
Oh, but they purposely kind of put rock and roll in that and all that stuff.
It bothered me. I was like, what?
I love that bothered you because my girlfriend at the time loved it so much, and I ruined it for her by complaining, and some of us just can never see eye to eye on that stuff. But I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you wanted to talk about Peterson. I'm gonna pull it up.
Oh yeah.
Because we just got done. I don't know if you knew, were you listening from the beginning that Troy, who's here commenting, who kind of came up in the news. Troy's on here, and he's just been describing that he came up in the news because he was the game runner of that new Hogwarts Legacy that's being released, and he got canceled off of it years ago around Gamergate stuff, and it's coming back out again because the game's just about to come out. And so he was telling us in the comments some of the details of like what happened and why it happened and how he got vicariously canceled for J.K. Rowling and all that stuff. And he was the showrunner of all of it. You should have him on Where Will You Go or something like that. Troy
Yeah.
Levitt, he's down there.
I'm like 3. I'm like 3 behind right now. I've recorded 3 that I still need to publish.
I've got a couple in the tank too that I got them lost in StreamYard. I got one with Before the Crow's Nest on there, and I got another one with Kevin, and I still got to release our review of Believer.
Yeah, things have calmed down enough, I think.
Yeah, it's been enough. I can drop it. Anyway, but this is kind of just in line with cancel culture stuff, I guess, sort of the Peterson thing. So Jared, you kind of half paid attention. What did you hear from the ether that happened here?
So all I heard is that they're trying to get him to take some course in order to keep his license, and he's saying "fuck you." I don't really know. So you
got about right.
So is it the state that's doing that, or the college?
It's the accreditation of his psychology degree from I think that's the state.
It is called a college, but it's not. It doesn't have to do with his university.
Yeah, it's
like the college of psychology or something.
Yeah, it's like the accreditation of the state for his degree in
the Canadian Licensing Board, isn't that like?
So did you hear what the actual complaints were?
No.
I've got a list of them. I've got a bit of a list of them right here.
You can just go look at them directly too. He has a
link to that. He goes over them pretty quick right here.
And is this one of those Lindsay Shepherd things where nobody actually complained? It was.
Where did you say? Here, I'll let this play.
If you go in the description of that video, there's a Google Docs link, and he just published it.
Here's some of them. I retweeted Pierre Poilievre, who's Canada's leader of the opposition, when he was criticizing the mask lockdowns. I just retweeted him, and I said essentially that I agreed with him.
That's a complaint. They actually listed that as a complaint.
That's one of the complaints.
That's insane.
Yeah. They listed the fact that I criticized Justin Trudeau on multiple occasions. There's a complaint that at one point the police in Ottawa were threatening to act with Children's Aid to take the children away from the truckers in Ottawa and apprehend them on the grounds that their parents who were involved in the protest were endangering them. And I tweeted and said, I'm not so sure that we should get the police involved in taking away the children of protesters, and we should think about this. And apparently that makes me an untrustworthy advocate for children who face childhood sexual abuse.
Oh my
You're a mandatory reporter as a psychologist, eh? And so if it comes to your attention that someone has been
I was like, I'm not sure a protest is a good place for kids. I don't know that I trust. I don't know. I did have that thought while I was watching this.
So it might not be, but like how bad does it have to be for kids before you're willing to give the state power to come take the kids away from the parents?
Well,
it's going to have to be people.
The state already has that right, though, right?
But Marty,
the state has that right in certain levels of terribleness, right? So how terrible does a protest have to be before you are comfortable with the state taking kids away from it?
Yeah.
You guys have both fallen into their dialectical trap. We're not talking about protests. It's the easiest thing in the world to legally protest in America and Canada. We're talking about illegal demonstrations. We're talking about riots.
Well,
but we're not talking about protests.
Traffic, right?
Because if you're taking your kids to the protest that's the planned protest, hey, we're all gonna, exercise our First Amendment rights. No, those weren't protests. We're talking about riots. Something else. So it's a whole different matter to take your kids to the riot.
So are you talking about the? Are you talking about the trucker thing? Where there those riots?
That's the other thing. Those are illegal protests. That's the thing.
These riots. Yeah. It's this Canadian the trucker.
Well, not riots, protests, right?
Yeah,
but they weren't legal. I was on their side.
But then Trudeau and those guys pulled every trick in the book to try to get.
They made it worse. They could have made it. They could have made that go away in an instant.
Protesters blocking traffic and stuff. I don't.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing?
One thing though that is completely different. If you want to make the ethical comparison between the trucker protest and the Black Lives Matter protest, is that the truckers made their demands clear from the beginning, and they were easily obtainable. Whereas Black Lives Matter's demands there's no satisfying them. There's literally no giving. There's no giving them what they want.
Well, they're set up that way. They don't want you to give them what they want because then they have to stop protesting.
Because it makes a whole difference. Because like Trudeau could have ended the trucker protest. He could have just lifted the requirement. It's all it would have taken, But instead, what?
Yeah. Anyway, you
Just
can keep
flip
playing.
pause there. Flip your pause for a
think,
second.
I think
Is he permanently paused?
Abused, you're mandated to report it. And so apparently I'm now untrustworthy in that regard because I didn't want the police to conspire with idiot social workers in Ottawa to apprehend the children of protesters. And so that's another example of my reprehensible behavior. I'm being called out for the fact that I objected to Ellen Page's surgical mutilation at the hands of her physicians and her consequent advertisement of her new torso on social media. And I'm also required to submit to this media retraining education because I objected to the Sports Illustrated cover of that relatively overweight young model. And there's other complaints, but that's the bulk of them. And so at least half. Oh yes, I criticized. I tweeted out to Jacinda Ardern that I was coming to New Zealand with my army of alt-right wing trolls, which was clearly a joke, and that's also a complaint because I guess that sort of joke isn't funny when you're dealing with woke progressives like Jacinda Ardern and Justin Trudeau. And so, oh yes, I counseled people to commit suicide. That's another one. So
wait. You should describe. Oh yeah, describe that.
That's okay in Canada, right? Like, you can counsel people to commit. Like, you could do that as like a CNA.
Except for that's not what it was.
That was the one where that somebody said, "Oh, you're killing the planet," this or that, or the other. He says, "Well, you're welcome to exit the planet."
Oh yeah, no, that's the first thing.
Anytime.
That's the first thing I always want to say to like anti-natalists who are like, I didn't consent to be alive. I was like, well, kill yourself, I guess. I don't know.
That was one of my favorite freedom tunes from this last year. The Democrat Man. Do you see that one? You know what I'm talking about? The freedom tunes.
What's that one?
No.
Oh, it's the superhero Democrat Man. It's like it's a little marginalized kid, 12-year-old in a bedroom going like, oh, my parents are drug addicts and all, just saying all the awful things like, oh, I live in poverty and my parents are drug addicts. I live in a terrible neighborhood. Democrat Man shows up and he saves the day by going back in time and aborting him.
Oh yeah.
I fixed it, Because they hate it when you take their arguments seriously. Like
I know. I saw this like this really, really sad video of somewhere in South America. They found this newborn baby floating in the ocean, dead, like umbilical cord and everything, and somebody, all the comments were like, "This is why I think abortion should be legal," or something. I'm like, wait,
weird thing to say.
And they're like, if only they had taken the moral decision and killed that baby so they didn't have to face the decision to kill that baby.
You know what totally equality thing actually happened in Florida this week?
What's that?
Somebody used the
financial abortion?
No, they used the no questions asked baby drop at the hospital. It doesn't happen very often in America. I'm sure it'll happen more depending on how abortion thing goes in different states. But but isn't that interesting that that's an option for women and not for men? And feminists have nothing to say about that.
You couldn't do that if you were a man. If you were given a baby, you couldn't go drop it off at the hospital.
I think that's a crime. Yeah, I think it has
really.
To be I don't know how exactly that works. I think it has to be your baby because otherwise it's like a stolen baby, right?
But if it is your baby, just the mother gave him away to you, you couldn't do it?
I don't, dude, that's interesting.
No questions are asked. How would they know?
I wonder, like, that's one of those things where it's like, because there's so much of this stuff where, I don't know, like I've brought it up before, but like the whole, because the incest and threat to the mother clauses are pretty clear. But like the rape clause, like how the fuck are you supposed to adjudicate that? Like really? Like you just think about it for a second, it just gets insane. And it's the same thing with the baby drops thing. I think that's kind of why you say no questions asked. Like I guess you assume something was untoward. But also isn't it interesting that, we just give women that pass in that situation? But that's okay.
I don't think there's very many more.
Yeah. Well, somebody had tweeted out their idea that the planet had too many people on it. And this is not a statement I am very fond of, because every time I hear someone say that, I think, okay, who exactly are these excess people that you're referring to? And who gets to decide that? And how do you know that when they decide that something terrible won't happen, given that these are excess people? And isn't it okay if I question the humanitarian intent of your motives for making such a reprehensible comment? So I tweeted to someone who made an argument like that. I tweeted and said, feel free to leave at any time. And which is obviously an ironic joke, but some bloody social worker in the United States decided that was a like an incitation to suicide, and so complained about that. And yeah,
I think one of the weird things about all of it, he gets into it here, but I don't know how much farther I have to go to get to it. But all the complaints, not one of the complaints was made by a person who's actually in practice with him, right?
Or has it ever met him in person?
Yeah, exactly. It's just random people from around wherever, even the United States, can complain about him.
Well, two of them
it's
were
actually
just
nitpicking and ideological.
Or I can't remember for sure if it was two of them, but a couple, I think, weren't even formal complaints. They just added the psychology board or whatever from Twitter.
So that's going back to your question.
Son of a bitch.
And maybe kids shouldn't be around that. Jordan can say, hey, leave him alone. Should his psychology accreditation be up in the air because he said that?
No.
You know what I mean? Like you can have that argument for sure.
Oh, sure. Well, I guess for the most part, his tweets, I didn't have a problem with. Maybe I should have had a problem with them. I know
you had a problem with the beautiful one. That came up
she
in
was
one of the
pretty.
three.
She was.
Well, we all agreed that she's pretty, but this is one of the things that I've been kind of on about, and I've been on about it, is that Peterson, in my view, is a Platonist. And when he's talking about that, whenever he's speaking, I think people kind of floats over their heads. I saw a bunch of people get pissed when him and Vervaeke had a stream this week, and they called it, "This conversation gets so intense, it happens outside of all time and time and place," or whatever like that. And that was obviously like a Platonist thing. He was saying something that was like a riff on we're trying to reach some Platonist ideals, And so all these people on the Twitter went, look at it, this arrogance and this stupid thing. It's like they kind of don't get what they're saying. But when he's talking about things being placed up as the pinnacle, or what he assumes should be the pinnacle of beauty, he's talking about the ideal. He's not saying she's not beautiful. Like, we all interpret it. At least that's how I go interpreting Peterson when he says it. But
yeah, I think he shot his load too soon there. I think he should have used that one on Tess Holiday.
Does this is weird. Does that transfer right over when I click on this? Because I can't see the screen. Is it showing her?
It's showing the same thing right now.
But I don't know who her is.
I've got last time I clicked over onto the other thing, it went without me having to change something.
No,
but
you're still on Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson.
I'll pull up the one with I've got the from the complaints, because that came up in the complaints. Public release, Google Drive. There it is. Sorry, not beautiful. Authoritarian tolerance is going to change that. But I think you could get any average guy to say that. There's a lot of different guys who would call her beautiful. But I think, like I said, I think Peterson's talking about what's on the cover of Sports Illustrated should be the ideal, But,
so I don't know. I think it was the wrong move on this one.
He should have worded it like his.
Well,
okay,
no,
idealism
I
better.
think it should have been for Tess Holiday because she's just like pretty normal size, maybe slightly overweight or something. I don't know. Like the, and you're right. It isn't the thing that you see on Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition. This is clearly kind of a special thing that they're doing. But go after the people who are glorifying obesity. Because she's not. She's just normal. Go after Tess Holiday.
But you know,
go after Lizzo.
Sports Illustrated Swimsuit Edition today. This is a political point. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way in
this is
in the year 1997 he would have.
What he said is not in the least bit controversial. What it is blasphemous.
Here's the thing.
Literally, that's what's going
I feel
on.
like there are people that I kind of agree with, but they do something that I don't like the way they said it or something, right? But even though I kind of agree with the intent, that would be something here. Like, I agree with the intent, but I wouldn't have done that, right? Like, I
rage away panders and tell me you believe that such images are not conscious and cynical manipulation by the oh so virtuous politically correct.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Right.
He's totally right about that.
No, like, he's right about all of it. Like, we can say, oh, it's clunky. Oh, and you're like, oh man, geez, and in this venue, like, I guess so. But like, again, this is another thing where it's like, since when is Twitter a world of decorum and pulling punches and, you know, all, like, everybody's pretending like this is something it's not. Like, it's only true believers who disagree with him, and even they know better.
So there's a gal that did a really good blog post from Latter-day Lobsters. I can't remember her name, but she posted her article in Latter-day Lobsters, and I read it, and I agreed with what she said. And she basically said, like, I understand what you're trying to do here, Jordan Peterson, but it makes it harder for me to show people who you are when you do this. Like, because it seems like he is cutting someone down at the knees, and it's like, well, who would do that, right? And really what he's doing is he's worried about the bigger picture that a lot of people just can't see. They don't see the James Lindsay stuff. They'll think that you're like in some conspiracy land if you think James Lindsay has anything intelligent to say.
The problem that guys like James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson will run into with this, when people say like, well, I wish you wouldn't say things sometimes that people can clip out and totally distort your message. Well, yeah, but we're talking about people who have said thousands of hours of stuff.
That's true.
And they're going to keep saying stuff. And like, there's literally no way that they can successfully navigate that and never say anything. Because, the other thing with the Peterson was like enforced monogamy, where it's like, because in that moment, he's thinking that people are basically charitable, and nobody's gonna assume he's talking about like we should create legal criminal systems. That's
one where he really was being innocent in his language, and he was talking about an academic concept. There's other ones where he and James Lindsay are purposefully poking the beehive.
But that's the thing though with the Twitter, like the whole damn point of Twitter is it's got to be fast
to poke
and
the
sometimes
beehive.
That's the fast thing to say, is just say it and never mind people's feelings.
So he has another one
later with Twitter.
Later in that one that really pissed off a bunch of the right-wing dissident type, where he's been on and on for a while about people not using anonymous names
or being anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that pissed off a lot of people.
But the thing is once again, he's right, but then he's also wrong. But he's right. Mm-hmm. He is right that people do use that to act like complete, dark triad sociopaths, and people go really far with it and do all sorts of wacky stuff. But then there's a whole other contingency of that where they're right too, where they're afraid of their day jobs. And some people also made the cases that just because my name is like a pen name, it doesn't mean that across time, if I go creating like a Substack or a written thing, that pen name isn't now accountable to not go crazy. Like that pen name to maintain something worth reading has to also stay in the realm of not going nuts. It's not just being used as a way to go nuts on the world. It's some people are using it to separate their private lives from this lives, and we would have all sorts of thought that wouldn't be all over Twitter in the world if people really went all the way with that. So once again, just even in that realm, Peterson's right. He's also wrong. That's how a lot of stuff goes, I guess. But,
well, I certainly don't think he should have his license taken away because he decided. Different personalities and different. He has different things going on that's what he thinks is. I wouldn't do that because that's not where I'm at, and it wouldn't be because I'm afraid. It's because I actually think that's less effective. Like I'm more of like I feel like
you're too nice.
Well,
yeah,
the problem
this is terrifying.
He gets people that are maybe in that ideology, and they double down. And I think that's the wrong way to approach someone if you really want them to see if you want them to understand you, you have to show that you understand them, I guess. And I don't see him steelman as much as he could, because I know he could, and he does every once in a while. It's just not a big percentage.
Well, obviously, that's another thing where it's not fair because he does.
No, he does.
He's got thousands of hours of lectures, but people don't comb through all that stuff.
Sure. No, I've heard him steelman. In fact, I think there's a lot of things that he said that has kind of softened my conservatism, in fact. So.
Softened your conservatism. This is the thing, too, is like you say it's too nice, but at the same time, too, I don't think all of us have been known to maybe say something salty or controversial. At the same time, too, I don't think any one of us would say, this fatty's a fatty in a Twitter post. Like
he is always saying, be careful with your words. And so it's kind of weird for those posts, right? Because it doesn't seem like they were very carefully thought out.
We do have we do have Forrest Hansen in the
yes
the
and
chat.
No, because we're like,
hey Forrest,
why should he be all gentle about this? Because some of this stuff is like Copernicus level stuff. Like, no, God damn it, the Earth goes around the sun. Like, stop trying to gaslight everybody. No,
I understand angry Jordan Peterson.
But this is the point, and I talked with your brother the other day. That's coming out, and I talked a little bit of some of my little bit of disagreements with how you interpret Peterson or how most people do, and it largely stems to what I was saying a little bit earlier with Marty. Is just that it is exactly what you're saying here. The overarching narrative. He's a Platonist. He's talking about he's almost always in Platonist mode. He's a Neoplatonist, and he's almost always talking about the ideal. And in some ways, you say he's got to be more careful, but being careful is like maybe interpreting how regular people would interpret it. But there's this level of, I think he kind of feels like everybody already grasps that he's talking like a Platonist all the time. I'm always talking about the ideal.
Because my entire life, people are like, well, maybe it's your approach, and because I've said it before, I've learned it doesn't matter what road you take. It doesn't matter if you ring the doorbell. It doesn't matter if you rappel in like Mission Impossible. It doesn't matter if you tie a fucking note to a brick, homing pigeon. A lot of times it just doesn't matter. The message is the problem.
Yeah, that's and that's a little bit of like some point where like James Lindsay pulled the plug on saying, I'm not going to talk at all like a person on Twitter. Twitter is, he'll use the Baudrillardian statements. He says, this is hyper real world. Twitter's here for being hyper real. It's not here for actually being somebody who sits there and still lands and is polite and makes cogent arguments and all that sort of stuff.
The other day, somebody was talking about Facebook.
There's plenty of people who do, but that's his point of view. Yeah.
I was telling about how it's only in the last couple of years that I've just gone fuck off on Facebook, and because I brought this up, I was talking about it at work, and I was like, and I said this exactly this. I'm like, for more than a decade, I tried. Like Chris saw it a million times. I tried to have the serious conversations. I tried to do the thing where I would even say like, look, I know we're doing the Facebook flame thing, but let's be serious. Like I'm pushing the serious button. Like, no, fuck you.
Yeah, sometimes you don't realize, especially with like James, you don't realize you've come across somebody who has been threw it so hard and was trampled so hard.
I know what they did. Did they accuse you of sea lioning?
That sometimes, yeah. But so like
Yeah,
you know,
I've
and I'm
done
saying
that
like
one
so.
before.
that's the Socratic method. Sea lining is the Socratic method.
So I said, you know, after 10 years of trying to be serious, you know, and they cut me off and they said, you know, the gloves came off, and I said, no, not the gloves came off. The big red nose went on. That's how I view Facebook now. Like if you guys want to fuck around, fine.
But at the same time, too, I've felt that same thing, and I don't have anywhere near the following those guys do, and I still would hold off. Like to Marty's point, I still wouldn't come out and say this pretty girl's not pretty. You know, I would hold off on that. You know, what I mean? Like that wouldn't come out of me, even just to my group of friends right now.
Yeah, that might be one of those things that, you know, when you wake up and first
Maybe your
thing
second
you do is look at
Instagram
Twitter.
account will.
I've got a second Instagram account now, but that's left to whoever that person is.
I don't have a problem. That's kind of the my only real issue is I don't have a problem with that woman's body and her message, and I don't even have a problem. Like, yeah, Sports Illustrated is a shill organization. They're using her to get free points or whatever, but I don't have a problem with the message that they're fakely putting forward, that like, yeah, her body's fine or whatever. Like, so, but there are so many examples of messages that are so well over that line that you could go with things. And I keep bringing up Tess Holiday or Lizzo. They actively encourage.
It's time to Google.
I don't know Tess Holiday.
You'll recognize her.
You know, Tess. She
not
was like
beautiful on that one though. Like it bugs me because I'm like,
is that a person?
But that's the ratchet. That's the ratchet. Is that we know that we're in a society that's been pushing the Tess Holiday, Lizzo stuff for so long, and then in the middle of all that, those guys come out with that and say, "Hey, look, we're making a statement." So it's kind of like, okay, it's a bit of a Mott and Bailey game. You know what I mean? Like you know that they're coming in onto the same argument, but they're going to try to like curb it down a bit.
I was just thinking about this because I mean it makes me so mad. And I've been watching a whole bunch of old Scott Thompson, Buddy Cole bits, you know, from the early '90s. You know, but this like the thing is like, because if there's a heaven, like I think that in heaven, Scott Thompson should get to kick Ellen DeGeneres square in the nuts once for every time someone called Ellen brave for being gay on TV. Because, like, Ellen, first off, Ellen came out on TV shortly after she came out in real life. Scott Thompson was just out. He was just always out. And he was a stand-up comic in the mid-'80s. And then the other thing is that, like, and then what does Ellen DeGeneres do? She has a string of monogamous marriages to hot blonde actresses. The most mundane conservative white thing possible. Right? Like there's no bravery in marrying hot blonde chicks. Like, come on, you know? And like, but the thing that I realized,
there is.
like,
yes, there is.
but then the thing I realized, like, the thing that cracks me up is that like it's the studios are congratulating themselves literally for being the last ones to the party. You know?
Oh yeah.
Because like, you know, Mr. Humphreys was on TV in the 70s. You know, Scott Thompson. Like,
it's like
little
being that
Mormon
woman...
Mormon me saw Buddy Cole sketches on broadcast TV in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1992. You know? And then I just remember a few years later where everybody announced that, oh, isn't Ellen brave? She's gonna be gay on television. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, it's like being that person that like puts up the pride flag filter on your Facebook profile. Like, I'm just tired of this. Like, I have to stand for righteousness or whatever. And I'm like, okay, congratulations on having like the most popular opinion online right now.
I know.
You're so fucking brave.
That's usually what, because like I saw this thing where some people were talking about Me Too and they brought it up to Jerry Seinfeld. And Jerry Seinfeld got defensive and saying, we're all just barely learning this now. And you kind of go like, no, Jerry, no. Like management in Little Utah was getting fired in 1990, whatever, for harassing people. You guys with the FU money, you're just learning this now. Like the rest of us could have been fired for this since 1995. Like we don't have your sort of FU money that can pay off and have NDAs and all that sort of stuff. But then they go lecturing. They're the ones who just learned about it, and then they're the ones who just barely learned about it, and now they're the lecturers. It's the ultimate version of splaining.
Is that Carlitos?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So this was a article put out by Andrew Sullivan this week. Return of the Evil Gaze. It kind of goes in line with the Kumail Nanjiani complaining that no villains, no people of color ever get cast as villains anymore, and there's a discrepancy with that. That goes in line with that same thing of like the NFL saying that, like, have you noticed that black people get disproportionately injured in the NFL? And Return of the Evil Gaze, there's this show. It's a good show. I really like it. It's called The White Lotus. And the reason I like it, it's actually written by this dude, Mike White. And I remember he was like here in Utah for all those he worked with the Napoleon Dynamite guys a whole lot. He was here for that. He filmed that movie with Jermaine here in Utah. What was it?
I love that movie, Gentleman Bronco.
He's the guy in Gentleman Bronco. And
that movie deserved more love than it got.
This is the guy who writes White Lotus, which is a huge hit. And I really like White Lotus, and it's all sorts of got like weird wokeness stuff, but it's almost kind of like the wokeness stuff is actually really getting self-reflective now and making their same points. They can keep making their same points, but getting a little bit more self-reflective about it. Troy says, Lindsay says that reasoning with those ideological captured is useless because they've already rejected reason as a problematic epistemology not to be trusted, which is true. That's why he says you can't debate them. And then there's all these people online like Debate Me Bros like Val should come and say, I'll debate you. Say, but you're not part of that ideology. That ideology says, it came up in Delyn's thing this week, which we might get to, although we'll probably run too long, the third episode with that lady. And she said in it that she felt it was racist for people to even have statistics. And that goes right. That's more in line with the ideology. You can't argue the statistics. That's the ideology. Yeah. And if you're somebody who comes along and argues for it, you're translating it into liberalese. You're translating it. The actual ideology is illiberal. You can't argue it.
Yeah, when somebody makes a claim that someone or something is racist, you need to ask them real quickly. It's like, just very quickly, is it possible that anyone or anything is not racist? And if their answer to that question is no, you can just stop right there and just say, oh, okay, I'm not going to argue your faith with you. I'm walking away. But if they acknowledge that, no, some things and some people are not racist, then there's somewhere to go from there.
Don't they use those statistics to prove their systemic racism, though?
Well, no, that's when they're when they're true.
They're okay when they're true. They're good.
You know how some truths aren't useful?
Some truths are
useful. Some statistics are not useful. That's literally how they think. That's not like, God, when you read like fucking Lenin and shit, like you realize like, like when I was a kid, I always thought like, well, it's like an economic theory, right? Just a bad one. Like, no,
yeah.
It was magic. Like they literally just thought, like if we believe hard enough, it'll come true.
I used to, when I was younger, I used to say communism is good on paper, and then I heard a guy at work say that. He's like, yeah, well, communism is good on paper. He said that just the other day, and I was like, you know what? No.
Well, it's based on
that's just become a trope. Most people who say that they themselves kind of don't know what it is that it is.
Well, it's kind of a straw man and a Mott and Bailey that like the steel man of communism is people sharing.
Yeah, it's just kind of everybody gets their shit.
That's not really what it's about. It's not about sharing.
But if that's what your definition of good on paper is, then everything is good on paper. Monarchy is good on paper because on paper it's just saying
on paper,
like, you have a benevolent king and he gives you everything you need, and so
on paper all the things were. Yeah. Troy mentioned James Lindsay's Oxford Union address today, which is hilarious because he shows James Lindsay's arguing on the positive side, which was an accident.
He steelmans it.
They didn't know that he was anti. They thought he was an expert in
I thought it was all like some kind of.
It was accidental. He was invited accidentally. He didn't.
I thought it was like Monty Python, like silliness.
No, They didn't.
Oh my
he did
God.
inform him before he went on, but all the invitation and all the stuff was accidental. They thought he was on the side of wokeness.
How did that
Because he is
happen?
an expert.
Yeah. Hardy says he's been needling John DeLynn and he got shadow banned. Welcome to the club.
Oh, he got
That's
shadow
pretty
banned on
deep.
DeLynn? I'm just banned.
But
Shadow banned
what was
on-
the thing that
On
did it?
YouTube, right?
yeah, well, he's been bragging a lot lately that they've gone full. We're gonna block and kick out all the trolls. He's mentioned it multiple times lately because anything
Trolls and haters.
he can pick and choose when something's a troll or not. But this is an interesting article.
Sounds
'cause
kind
he
of like
kinda-
the church, except for
Yeah.
I've never been shadow banned, and I also post similarly pressing things on, or at least I used to, on
I thought you
LDS.org.
got LDS.org. Yeah, you got shadow banned on John DeLynn though. On
Oh yeah, I thought
Mormon
that's what you said.
stories. Yeah. Oh yeah, but you're saying it didn't happen to you on the Mormon side. But this is
No, it did not.
This is an interesting article.
No, they don't.
which-
I've
Oh, I
been
take that back.
outright unfriended
The
by way
tits
more
videos.
ex-Mormon friends.
They did that to me on the tits videos.
But is
Just
that
love
part
the
of the
irony,
church,
like-
or is that just a Quaker?
Wow.
These are people who
Pro-Mormon
act that
side, right?
like any excommunication is like an injury and a trauma, you know? And like they just don't even think twice about banning people on Facebook. Like, well, no, like organizations should be able to, keep the gate, Like there's no sense, not even the slightest hint of irony or self-awareness from them.
So this is an interesting article because it kind of goes in line with that Come On Johnny stuff, and it always should have been there that since forever we've always known the most interesting person in any movie for an actor to do is the villain. Like villains are way more interesting for actors to do, and this kind of goes
So
like
much fun.
in the detail of like there's a lot of history of like even in cartoons and everything that there's a trope that there's coding for gayness. There's coding for gayness for any villain. If you go throughout history, that's been one of the big claims of like maybe there's some truth to it. Like if you go back and think of like any sort of cartoon villain, you could maybe say, well, he's coded gay. Scar is coded gay. Who else? I mean, think of almost anybody. There's something like they're very erudite. They're never very physically athletes.
There's a villain on Die Hard.
Pinky from Pinky.
I can't think of his name.
The brain.
No, sorry. What?
The villain on
Die Hard.
Oh, on Die Hard is
What's his name?
Tell us, Troy from Hogwarts. It's Snape. What's his name? It's in the
not his real name.
Rick,
The
man.
name. The name. In
I
the-
don't know. I've never seen Die Hard actually.
What?
It was rated R.
Hans,
Okay,
it's
I was a
Hans.
little kid.
I know, but you haven't caught up on that one.
But it's
No,
so
I
many.
haven't.
Like if you really go down the list of tropes, and this TV show, it might be a slight spoiler, but that White Lotus has some great villainous gays. But I mean, everybody's villainous in that show. There's nobody who's not villainous. Hans, yeah, there it is. Hans, who was also
Hans Gruber.
Yeah, you go.
Powder, yeah. And but it's just true. It's like the whole entire time that you said you had to start acting like in movies or in film or on TV that women and gay people and people of color are only benevolent all the time. You stunted your ability to tell stories, your ability to give narrative, and then you stunted people's options to have interesting character development. Like Denzel Washington won for Training Day. That guy's freaking evil. That's where, and it was amazing to watch him do that. And then for 10, 5, 6, 7 years, no black person could act a role like that because no black person could pretend to be evil. And
I kind of wanted to all pose like this.
What's that?
Can we all pose like Flips frozen right now?
Oh, is he frozen? Oh, I don't see the screen. Flip's frozen again. Maybe I should leave him there. Flip's showing us the evil gay coded villain right there in his frozen.
He's gone.
He's back, but that's a different person on the thing there. So
We actually watch Die Hard every Christmas.
it is a Christmas movie. I agree with that.
We weren't very good Mormons.
Before?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch rated R when I was young either. How much?
I was a family thing.
You guys watch rated R movies as a family? My family really was pretty anti-rated R until we got adult.
Yeah, like Last of the Mohicans.
The funniest thing, I watched them. I
So like
watched
the
them in secret.
5 Mormon R-rated movies. There's like 5 of them that every R-rated, like Schindler's List.
Yeah.
I remember all the Mormons went and saw Last of the Mohicans. I don't know why that one counts.
Last of the Mohicans.
And
there's another one I can't. Any of them that were kind of in that. Like violence wouldn't have been a reason. Like anything violent.
It never is.
Shawshank Redemption.
It shows a
Shawshank Redemption.
Braveheart was one.
Braveheart.
Of them.
When I was 16, and my mom signed me up for a Hollywood video account, and they asked, can he rent rated R movies? And my mom looked at me and I said, well, things like Shawshank Redemption. And my mom said, okay. and then I watched a whole bunch of other stuff.
Shawshank would have been one I don't even know why Shawshank's R-rated. Like what made Shawshank R-rated?
Rape.
Violence.
Where? Oh, the rape scene.
The rape scene.
It's male on male rape scene. That doesn't count.
I might drop out again. I'm gonna try to reconnect my internet because it's all dodgy.
Anyways, that was a side tangent there.
Anyway, this show's a good show, and Mike White's an interesting guy. Who's when Jermaine was in town filming Gentleman Bronco. You want to hear a crazy story? I even have a picture to prove it. My band played his song to him, not knowing he was sitting right in the room.
Oh yeah, and, that is crazy. I remember you.
We were
I don't know who this is. This
Jermaine from Flight of the Conchords, and my band used to cover. And it was actually the first time we'd ever played it. We just barely learned it. We had no idea he was in town filming for Gentleman Bronco, and we sat down. We played the Prettiest Girl in the Room song, and he had a beard for the thing, and he was actually really close to us, and I didn't have any idea it was him. And he was just kind of like watching us. And then at the end of it, he just comes up to us and goes, great taste. And we're like, what on earth? And we're all freaking out. And he left before anybody in the rest.
No, Chris is frozen.
We were freaking out. We didn't even know what was going on. But yeah, I've got a picture of it somewhere.
That's cool.
Yeah,
way
it was
better.
wild.
My Gentleman Bronco story is just that my uncle did the pyrotechnic effects on that show.
Well, wasn't our one friend supposed to go and be like a boom mic guy over on Antelope Island with them, and then he quit because they wanted him to hold it or hold the.
Yeah, we do know a guy that was a production assistant on that show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's filmed in Tooele, like it's in Tooele High School.
I really like that movie. I want to watch it again.
It's great. It's so good. Mike White's in it, and he's the writer of White Lotus, and he just won a bunch of Emmys for writing this. And then, of course, he got criticized again because none of his, even though he's still slightly got the proper messaging, all of his people are actually real humans. He does a good job of making them real humans. And then, of course, they said that he didn't keep the message. He didn't keep the message good enough.
I never knew there were Mormon R-rated movies. Like,
well,
Forrest is in the chat talking about them too. I never had them. I didn't have any of them.
You didn't know? Your family didn't allow even one?
No.
Schindler's List.
My mom.
Here's one. No. Glory.
You guys.
They didn't allow Glory.
They played that one in high school. You had to get that proficiency slip. They played that one in high school.
Obviously,
that Romeo and Juliet, where those guys are suing for Romeo and Juliet.
No.
They showed us that one in junior high, and we had
there was an edited version though. There was a junior high version.
I saw the non-edited version.
Where did you grow up, Rigby?
No, Rigby's where rednecks grow up. I grew up in the booming metropolis of Idaho Falls. Okay, and my first R-rated movie I ever saw was Eyes Wide Shut, but I wasn't supposed to.
What?
I know.
Yeah. My grandma had HBO and she didn't know that it showed boobs. Guys, and I did. So I went Matrix, to HBO and saw boobs.
I saw Matrix on my mission. And I saw Fight Club on my mission. I saw the South Park movie on my mission.
You want to know what one of the?
I saw a lot of shit on my mission.
You want to know what one of the first R-rated movies I saw? My friends and I, we snuck it out of our other friend's house because we saw it was rated R, so it must have been something good. And we went and watched it. And there's got to be boobs or something in this. And we sat and watched the whole entire thing. It was A Fish Called Wanda. And we did not get satisfied at all. But it was still a pretty good show.
That's like There's an episode of Venture Brothers. That's that setup where Venture finds a video of Dolly Parton in the best little whorehouse in Texas, and he's all excited to watch it.
Oh man. Yeah, we were hoping it was going to be like Porky's or something like that. There's an R rating on it. It's got to mean something. So I've got.
That's a classic Simpsons gag too, when the boys like play hooky and then they go see Naked Lunch.
Or remember,
they're like, that's false advertising.
When Homer Simpson's getting ready to watch Paint Your Wagon, like, oh, it's got Clint Eastwood in it. Paint Your Wagon. This is so murderous.
Yeah,
I still remember Gonna Paint Your Wagon.
I tried when I was a kid. I tried watching Sex and the
Use
City.
oil paint because it's made of wood. I still remember the song.
So here it is. That's Jermaine. We didn't recognize him. He
was
that's right close to us. And he said, great vision right afterwards. And we just got done playing Most Beautiful Girl in the Room.
He must have thought that you saw him and was like, oh, hey, we know that one.
Yeah, like we're going to play it. And we had no idea he was sitting right there in front of us. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And that was in the middle of filming Gentleman Bronco, I think.
That movie, The Gentleman Bronco, it kind of strikes me about it because like there's nothing about the movie that is explicitly or even implicitly Mormon.
And it's Mormon.
And yet the movie is entirely Mormon. It's
100 Mormon. Yeah.
It's so culturally Mormon.
Huh? Oh yeah, Brigham City. Yeah, totally.
That's the only one I haven't seen.
I actually
that's
the only Dutcher movie I haven't seen.
Actually that bad.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
It's supposed to be his good one. Oh, that was another
scene where he takes the sacrament that really bothered me because I was like, oh, they're showing that on TV.
That's another Chris story though. A Chris celebrity run-in that I remember you.
Yeah,
I ran in the Blogger Knackle.
On the Blogger Knackle, I was talking a bunch of shit on God's Army, and I was talking the shit directly to Richard Dutcher, and I didn't realize it was Richard Dutcher. And then when I found out it was Richard Dutcher, I came back. But Brigham City's really good. But Brigham
City was good. I like that one.
Yeah. And I'm serious. I thought Brigham City was good. I didn't think God's Army was bad either. I was actually complaining about like just the scene of like being heroic that they got mad at that kid for losing his testimony. I mean, I think Richard Dutcher might agree with me this day, but at that moment, I had no idea I was talking shit on that movie directly to him. This is Mike White, and he just won for writing those. And I had no idea he was even a writer because he's in School of Rock. He's the best friend in School of Rock, and then he's in School of Rock's surprisingly really good. And then
I've heard that.
Yeah, but Gentleman Bronco. I mean, yeah, I gotta rewatch Gentleman Bronco too. That's so good. Kevin and I saw that together.
To scroll the screen that you're showing on the thing. I was like, scroll it down.
It's 3-1 right now. I think we should discuss Utah drivers versus Idaho drivers.
I don't see any difference.
Man, I've had such a hard time these past couple weeks.
I haven't been anywhere that I haven't encountered bad driving.
I'm a terrible driver.
So the difference, and it might just be the difference between like small town drivers versus big city drivers. I don't know. I haven't been to that many big cities. Anytime I go, it's in Salt Lake. So in Idaho, the drivers, they're just mean. They're like huge assholes. And if you put your blinker on to turn to the next lane, the guy's going to try to close the gap. He's like, oh, you're not fucking getting in front of me. But
there's a lot of that.
I swear to God, I've never in Idaho been like cut off in the middle of an intersection. Like a dude like I had this happen twice in the weekend I was at Utah last time. A dude cut me off.
Like changed lanes
while illegally changing lanes in an intersection. Yeah. I watched a dude in front of me cut off. Like there was 2 left turn lanes and he was in the next lane. And he wanted to turn left. He's like, "Oh fuck, I gotta cut this guy off." So he just, when the left turn signal went, he just cut the dude off and switched lanes. And it made me think of this. There's this great Louis C.K. bit where he talks about cutting people off, and it's just that phrase. And my wife always uses it on me when I'm an asshole. And it's always, it's not my favorite way. I'm sorry I had to cut you off. Otherwise, I would have had to take 4 seconds to loop back around and turn right. It wasn't my favorite way.
I've spent a lot of years driving around for work. And so I feel like and various different kinds of vehicles. In fact, I was even briefly for 3 months, I had a career as a repo man. And maybe I'll tell the story a different way, but I quit the day a guy in Wyoming chased me with a spear. But driving around a big fucking truck that was designed to tow other fucking trucks behind me,
I wouldn't be able to.
Really gave me an appreciation for professional big drivers. Because like when you're trying to deal with like this mundane, typical shitty driving, like in your regular car, that's one thing. When they're cutting you off and you're like in the giant dually F-350 diesel hauling another truck behind you, like, I mean, like in regular cars, I can think of like 3 or 4 times in my life I ever had to step on the fucking brake. And in my 3 months of being a tow truck driver, it happened half a dozen times that I had to just lay on the fucking brake because some moron just gets in front of you and doesn't think.
Jesus.
So the past month has been a nightmare for me because I got to travel to Park City every single day, and the snow has been out of control. And I actually got snowed in and stayed in my office this week and all that stuff. But what really drives me crazy is in the past like 2 weeks, there's been 2 absolutely clear days where the roads are totally clear, and on those 2 days there was pileups in the canyon. And you're like, come on, you guys, like why? You know, this is a good day. Why are we doing this now? But what are you gonna do? Do you guys want to try to mess with John DeLynn? Or
hell yeah! I saw.
I watched. I have not been watching a lot, but I did watch that one that you just had up.
Which one?
I don't know. Why.
This one where they're talking about.
What was the name? What was it titled?
Oh.
That one was talking about things John DeLynn would. No, what would he complain about?
Oh, what he would change about the church. That's right.
So I pulled up this. This is kind of going in because I was talking with Jared about like the way they kind of like overemphasize the mound builder stuff. But I made a video myself here, and we're gonna go through it. I mean, kind of quick. We don't have to do it all because I think I'm gonna release this entire video separately. Just to put it out there. It's an hour long. We're not gonna go through all of it, but I'm gonna release.
No, but you made
this. Just yeah, I just made it, and it's just clips. And some of the things is Jared and I have talked forever about how the Meldrum time was just a great big struggle session, and I clipped it together a little bit. But it starts out with just them. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I'm going to release the whole thing, but I'll show you.
Do you have another?
Go faster.
I showed a friend at work your sorry supercut, and he laughed.
Well, this has a supercut in it, and it's a long supercut. The reason it's 51 minutes is a Rod Meldrum struggle session supercut.
This is what I've been waiting for, because like I wanted, like, you guys talk about it, and I just can't bring myself to watch 12 hours of that shit.
Oh, it's terrible.
Although, like, what's funny, like, and I don't know why, because like when I think about some of the shit that I've put myself through, because like for example, I listened to, and it's like 24 hours total. I listened to all of the forensic psychologist interview of the guy who shot up the theater in the Batman movie guy.
Oh, wow.
Like, I listened to that whole thing, which was insane, obviously. But when I think about, like, God damn it, listening to
it was an actual interview with the what's his face?
Yeah, no. So, what it was? So,
yeah, he talked inside
the defense. This is the thing.
Well, you don't have to get into that. I've done my own.
Well, because this is something I'm going to say about
Stephen Avery is
fascinating. Is that like the psychologist who does this interview, like talk about impressive, like talk about a pro. He's amazing, but he describes the whole thing in the thing is that because the defense hires psychologists. The prosecution, the DA hires psychologists. This guy, and like you can find this on YouTube, this guy is hired by the judge, if that makes sense. But so there ends up being like 3 whole reports. But yeah, like this is like I think 3 days, like morning, afternoon, and dinner sessions of this forensic psychologist interviewing that shooter, and it's really fascinating. But also, yeah, just impressive how professional the guy was. Like he's like Fred Rogers, but a forensic psychologist interviewing a mass killer. It's really amazing.
So
anyway.
this is kind of just a lead-in because this week there was a couple interesting. Well, there was the part 3 of the one that we covered last time, and that lady.
Christ.
And that we said ourselves kind of in a chat that we have that might have seemed almost kind of like peak Mormon stories neoliberalism. But one of the things that this thing kind of points out and shows is that Lynn and Larson, those guys will argue with us that they're not doing CRT or they even know what it is or what's this Marxism you talk about. But
it's just a law school thing.
If you really pull it out and drill it out, you realize they're doing it, like they're following it all to a T. They're following D'Angelo to a T. They're following all the precepts of it to a T. But
Josh.
So I did this. So this is, like I said, this is a kind of a long buildup of. We were asking, like, why is the mound builder myth such a thing that just makes them stop and say, "But that's racist," type deal? And I don't know if we'll get to it.
Why is it racist? Isn't it a big straw man that it's even racist?
Well, here it is. Yeah. But I mean, you can understand the concept that it's maybe assuming that wasn't Native American people. That's where it starts from. But then you extrapolate that's just the most racist thing in the world. But that's why I clipped this whole thing in here, because Andrew Klavan had a really good segment this week where he was talking about Graham Hancock's thing on Netflix about ancient, what's his claim? Like time is cyclical, and there was a more advanced race in the past that taught all the old civilizations, stuff like that. And a bunch of people called that racist the same way that they call the mound builder myth racist. And he calls it the failure of the academic elite, which I think is true, is that they get to a point of saying, hey, we're not just going to refute this with the truth, like the scientific truth. This goes all the way back to when Flip and I were talking about, Lindsay and Lynn and these guys were once upon a time just kind of attacking all the truth claims of the church, and we were all on board and like, hey, here it goes. And then at some point it flipped into, we're just going to attack it morally. We're going to take it up. We're going to drop all the talking about truth claims. We're going to talk about empiricism. We're going to drop that entirely.
Yeah.
We're going to even kind of demonize that. Like, if you're thinking that way, we're going to kind of call it male thinking. And they literally said that.
I think I heard Kara say that. Like, there's some people that leave for like wrong reasons, basically.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I agree, but I don't think we're agreeing on which thing is the right or wrong reason to leave.
There was this weird shift where, like, because I remember when all of the discussion was like, well, guys, the Gospels aren't historical. They're clearly stories and they're allegorical, and that was the argument. Like, that was the big debate. Not are they morally good or not? And now we're to the point of well, no, actually they're bad unless we are interpreting them as,
I saw an ex-Mormon thread where they were like, what's the most annoying phrase or word that you heard as a Mormon? And that's kind of a fun thing to do. But that, like, one of the things I saw was the phrase, there's no success can make up for failure in the home. And I was like, wait, you hate that? What? It's just telling you to not be a shitty parent. Like, that's one of the most basic pieces of advice. And it's saying that, like, being a good parent is paramount and it's better than anything else. And do not fail at that just to make your career better or something. What's your problem with that? And they're like, well, it puts a lot of pressure on you to have a good family. It's like, yeah.
No, it's the God thinks like you thing. It's like, well, I don't believe that God would disapprove of anything that I like. That's basically what it comes down to.
That's why Jesus is a socialist.
No, exactly. Like, it is. People should look that up. God Thinks Like You on Reasonable Doubts. There's a whole series of podcasts, and they would always it was always based on some kind of actual research. So it was tied into actual science.
So anyway, Lynn alludes to that point somewhere here in my supercut, which I don't know if we'll hear, because like I said, I'm going to pump through this and then we'll go on to the other stuff, because this is all kind of surrounding the mound builder thing and the struggle session of Meldrum. But I also kind of wanted to talk about that third podcast with the lady. And then there was another episode of Mormon Stories this week where they brought on a guy who actually really did some interesting studies around what do they call it? The nuns, all the people leaving religion and all that sorts of stuff. And there's like a moment in that where they're asking them to have these assumptions. It's like, it's because they're moving hard to the right. And it says, well, it's actually kind of because like the society's kind of shot super left, and like, there's a couple times where they kind of get their assumptions shot in the foot, which is kind of interesting. But this, like I said, I'll release this whole thing tomorrow or something, but we'll pump through it. But somewhere in here, he even admits or talks and says, I know we're not supposed to get all caught up in this empirical stuff, and it's not even, it's gauche to do that, and we should just be talking about the morals of it. And like I said, I don't know how much of that we'll watch, but
this whole series called Losing the Lamanites, which was, so obviously we've already talked about one of the most horrific doctrines of Mormonism, which is that Native Americans, I mean, this is shocking, but this isn't the shocking thing. Yeah. This is the foundation of the shocking thing. So there's this thing called the Mound Builder myth, which was this belief in the 1700s in America that like, well, we're finding all these really cool civilizations, remnants of really sophisticated civilizations. But, and I'm using the language of white 19th century America. But clearly these savages, these dark, savages they're not intelligent enough. They're not sophisticated enough to have been able to develop this agriculture and art and these major civilizations. There must have been a white race that lived here in America that built all these amazing techniques and civilizations that were then killed off. I mean, obviously dark civilizations couldn't have done this amazing stuff.
Did they say dark?
Well, really?
He's adding that in. I mean,
did they say dark, or did they just say that like a lot of the people in North America hadn't figured out the wheel yet? So
they said like European. They said European, and then one of the ways it comes up later, but they say that Joseph Smith and them said it must have been Jews, right? And which is a little bit different too. But that's the claim. That's the thing people are getting so upset at Graham Hancock for too, saying that he's racist for saying that somebody else came and taught these people instead of they just learned it themselves. But one of the questions I was asking last week, because I think you and I, Jared, watched through the whole Meldrum section, and we kind of couldn't. Much of that. We almost kind of couldn't figure out, like, wait, what's your problem? Like, what's your problem? What are you guys on about? And it took me a while to realize it was just that they're angry the same way that they're angry at Graham Hancock. Like, you're not allowed to have, even if it's wrong, you're not allowed to have this assumption about a civilization that their past civilization was somebody else. It must have also been them, even though that's the weirdest part of it, is that they weren't angry at Rod Mel. Like, they were angry at him. They weren't like bothered that he was incorrect, because there's a lot of things he said that are batty, like I mean, he's researched this shit. He knows more about it than I do, but the little bit that I do know makes it sound absolutely absurd that the Book of Mormon happened in North America. That's insane. And then what's great he talks about it I've heard him talk about it to people where, like, he said that, well, their civilizations were by the Great Lakes. And they're like, but then they fought this battle. They pushed them back entirely to New York to have this battle. And he's like, yep. That's nuts.
I kind of believe that, because I knew about Zelf and stuff because I think my dad had a Ron Meldrum DVD in our house.
I didn't know really back that far.
That he got from somebody.
Wow.
Yeah, this had to be like when I was in high school.
It went back that far, and it was more popular.
Maybe it wasn't him, but it was
it probably was, because the Lynns lamented several different times that Rod Meldrum has a bigger reach than he does, like has more followers and more something like that.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Wow. So, but anyway, the Clavin clip at the end of this, because he goes talking about the Graham Hancock thing, he says himself, like, I'm dubious about Graham Hancock's claim, and then he points to some people who supposed academic elites who dispute it by saying that's racist, and that's all they really do. And then he points to some other academics who say, nah, actually, here's this, and here's this, and here's this. Here's what the actual stuff bears out. And what Jared and I were sitting there waiting for, watching the Rod Meldrum thing, is like, can we at least hear the claims? And then can we hear the counterclaims? No, it had to just sit there and be this moral spaz out section.
Well, and also, because like this whole framing that he's doing is stupid and wrong and misleading.
But that's because, the framing of the left.
Even even if we grant that, like, okay, we'll say that person existed in the 19th century, that person that believed what he said, like he said it. Yeah, those people have also always gotten pushback. There are always people who were pointing out, like, no, jackass. Learn a little bit about history. That doesn't make sense.
Instead of sticking to just truth and empiricism and data and evidence and all that stuff, it must all now be moral claims, because university is into the oughts now instead of the ises.
Yeah, no, like the way they talk about it, they think that like in the middle of the 19th century, white Americans all believed in what this that thing that he just said, and that's literally like how people think it went. It's like I read it. It was I don't know. It was earlier. It was
I was saying it last time with Jared. It was after you'd already left, Flip. But I was saying like I think it's just stupid to not think that was a perfectly fine assumption or guess for people who didn't do the anthropology, who looked around and noticed, hey, there used to be a much more higher tech civilization around here, but currently they're not as high tech. So what happened?
Also, just like all these things were like, they don't care that Coptic depictions of Jesus and the saints look kind of Coptic. They don't care that like in the Ethiopian Christian churches that their Jesus and their saints just look like them, or like if you look at like the Kadishitans, the secret Catholic Japanese people that, and they made their little Virgin Marys that just look like Japanese Shinto gods. And like, well, yeah, like it's funny, like people get mad that like people in the Middle Ages didn't depict people that they literally didn't get to see, that they didn't encounter. Like the idea that like, just
so Delenn's just pretty sure that this misassumption is just a dagger of obvious racism,
These dark Native Americans that are all around us who we're displacing and committing genocide towards, right? Clearly they couldn't have done it. So they must have killed off this white race of people.
That's
so
not
that
right.
Was a thing. Like Thomas Jefferson, like Benjamin Franklin, if you go back to the 1700s in America, that was kind of a general understanding that somehow like the 12 tribes of Israel, some of the remnants, the Jews of the 12 tribes of Israel, somehow made their way over to America as white settlers, developed all these amazing civilizations, and somehow
I like how the white supremacists give the white supremacist Mormons say it's the Jews.
It's just
like,
I know.
Here's the funny thing too. I just had the thought. He's talking about a bunch of people who are racist, and this is shocking. Even if like we say, okay, fine. It's like, yeah, they believed that slavery was like okay.
Yeah.
Like, this is the same group of people. That's why I started laughing.
Yeah, it's like the least, but he's sure that
right.
he's sure that this is the dagger. You have other, there's other flaming smoking guns there about the racism. But
civilizations killed off all the white people, and that's who the Puritans and the Pilgrims found when they came over, and the conquistadors when they came over and settled North America and Central and South America. So that's the Mound Builder myth, right? So
I can't wait until we form the technology. Like, there's got to be a point in time when we'll form the technology to like just peer back in time, right? And like watch on a video screen events that happened. And I would love for the John Delenns of the world to just like look back in times when slavery was normal and just search for microaggressions. I mean, the funniest shit ever. Oh, he said you people. Yeah, he also owned some of them, John.
I feel like Jordan.
He separated the kid from the mother. He whipped the dad, and then he touched her hair and said, "That's cool."
Didn't Key and Peele do that bit?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
They did.
Like they wanted to be chosen because they were the buffer slaves.
Yeah. He needed a framework to tell the story of the Book of Mormon. So he literally like copies and pastes the Mound Builder myth into the Book of Mormon. So that's what I just told you is the central premise of Mormonism's holiest text.
What would it be like to copy and paste other people's thoughts, John Delenn? What would it be like to make a career out of just taking other people's ideas and repeating them?
So this is Stephen Murphy, who's like the academic. They had him on that he knows a bunch of the details, but I still think he gets too caught up in the moral arguments. And then, of course, on the flip end, it's not in this clip. He'll then start pumping up saying, and then you should get into the Native American religiosity because their religiosity is good and right and true and all that sort of stuff. Like there's stuff like that drives me crazy.
I got previously kind of a couple of brief.
If I'm not mistaken, I think most Indigenous Americans are Christian, which is
I've got clips in here from Native Liberty, but I won't go into. But Native Liberty is a Native American who, if he had the time, he could be as big and as high up as
I like him.
Bogosian. Yeah.
To these approaches in an interview in Mormon Book Reviews and on my response to Rod Meldrum, I mentioned this stuff briefly. And then I recently was on Mormonism Live where we did an episode called Neophytes and Lamanites in the Book of Mormon. So that's kind of where I've shared these ideas before. In our next 2 episodes, we're going to take a deep dive into neophyte interpretive models. First, to look at race and gender in the Book of Mormon. We're going to find some exciting new ways to think about race and gender in the Book of Mormon.
Ooh,
and
exciting and new
on decolonizing the Book of Mormon. How do we actually decolonize the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to skip over the next little portion, but Dehlin has a tough time with that, and he just goes on. And this whole part here is him negotiating why he should still be able to talk about it, and he should be able to bring it up because it's just offensive to even make Native Americans have to talk about it at all. It's offensive at all to make them even consider these options, like they couldn't defend it at all.
That's just a classic white colonizer mindset that you can demand free emotional labor from Native people.
That's exactly what it is. And
emotional labor.
That Stephen guy also argues that, we got to center them. We got to center their words and center their, it can't be us talking about it. He says something along the lines of, if it's me who's speaking out for them, we're doing it wrong. But that's what's happening.
No, I have the same response to all these pass the mic people, as I do to like the anti-natalists. Like, the world is overpopulated. I didn't consent to being born. Kill yourself. Okay.
So we should elevate Native American voices.
Well, give up your platform.
That whole second portion, and that's where it gets to native liberty, is about you got to center the Native Americans and have them tell the story and have them tell the thing. But we're also going to do it and make our profit, have our interest convergence that works just fine. But
so I kind of have like conflicting thoughts about it, but I can.
They have to say, what do you think about this, Gerardo? Because they have to stop and make sure that he talks. What is it as a Latin American? And he says, yeah. I mean, I think Gerardo actually kind of curves off with like, yeah, I think that you're kind of over the top with that there. But
Gerardo's got to work double time now that Jen isn't there to sob about everything.
Narrative about who they are and what their identity is, kind of like the Mound Builder myth, when their own heritage is so rich and beautiful and inspiring. To then give them this false, racist, offensive identity.
What's rich about it?
It's like, and I'm not even a person of color, but like that really bothers me, right? So that's in.
Is that your Justin Timberlake scene right there?
I want to hear. Yeah, I know. I want to hear him say, exactly what it is.
Justin Timberlake in
rich
Bad
and
Teacher.
Vibrant.
I really hate racism.
I hate racism so much.
I really hate it.
He's talking about they have this rich and vibrant culture. What about it, John? Tell us. If you know that they have this rich and vibrant culture, explain it.
Yeah.
Or are you just spitting out dumb leftist platitudes?
Tell us all about those Aztecs and how noble savagey they were.
But and then the Mound Builder myth, but just of like giving people a false identity. Now for multiple generations. I'm a Lamanite.
Probably like human sacrifices and stuff, right?
Yeah, they keep finding more and more and more, and it turns out to be more. They found like walls of heads of people, and that they know that there was like a single day where they ripped the hearts out of over 60,000 people.
I'm proud. Like that is so offensive to me, and I'm not even a person of color in Native American. So there's the softball, and I hope I haven't made you want to. I haven't made you.
Okay, now the
I have lots of thoughts running through my head. But I mean, some of the things that we've been called is, well, you guys are nationalists and you're racist and so forth, and you're white supremacy people and all these funny things. I think it's so hilarious because I think the one you came to, Kara, we had a Native American celebration with like 20 Native Americans and so forth. If that's racist or somehow white supremacist, I'm kind of like beyond.
People do things for interesting reasons. That's a different topic for another reason.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that right now.
So this is Native Liberty. Everybody should follow him. He doesn't have a ton of time to do it because he also works and all that stuff, but he really knows the stuff. And
against it, because it's like, no, this has ramifications beyond, really negative, horrible stuff for society. And I tell people, like, if you come to me and you tell me you're experiencing, oppression or racism, and you show me, but you're what's going on, and I believe you, it's because you've appealed to our common humanity. But the moment you pretty much talk down to me by saying I can't understand your lived experience, then we're locked into our own intellectual wasteland, intellectual ghetto, if you will, and we can't cross that divide then with this standpoint epistemology. And I don't think Native people, a lot of the younger generation, have really thought it through. Like, this is actually giving like political power or credence to actual racist ideologies already. And it's like what I was actually talking to my daughter, it was about maybe 3 months ago, excuse me, and she had mentioned kind of what we're talking about, and I said my biggest fear is what if the so-called dominant group in society takes seriously this critique, this critical race theory, and says, you know what, you're right. Part of my dominance is that I don't listen to an inferior group of people. And instead of relinquishing, they double down on tyranny. You know what I mean? Or they double down on it. And it's like, you're actually empowering, because of the standpoint of epistemology, this lived experiences, you're actually giving power to these racist critiques of society. And it's like, no, this could start like a hot war, a race war. I want to avoid it at all costs. I've read enough history to know, like, the French Revolution, what's happened. It's like, ideas have consequences. I mean, I've heard people say, no, it's just an idea. It's like, that's the most dangerous part of it. It is an idea. It's infectious. It catches on. And once it catches on,
you guys are causing harm, according to a Native American. His standpoint, epistemology.
If we can stop this, and try to mitigate it, then we can hopefully save our
17 minutes in is when I just kind of have the super cut here. 17, 18, 20. Here's the super cut.
A lot of the racist theories of their day, though.
This is what Thomas Murphy would say, as a way for white-skinned people to find a way to justify or feel better about their genocidal, racist treatment of dark-skinned people.
Oh, fuck you.
They into the Bible or interpretations of the Bible, or wrote into the Book of Mormon, or modern-day prophet, seer, and revelator statements. They wrote into that their racism.
If someone who's acting as a prophet is acting in a racist manner, are they not acting under Satan's influence?
It's just that if all of God's children are his children, and all have an equal opportunity to become like he is, then is God being racist? Obviously not.
But the Bible and the Book of Mormon and Mormon prophets, seers, and revelators have made that association, and it's led to a century and a half of racist beliefs and justifications within Mormonism. So we've got that. It's just a fact of our history. And so why did God let the scriptures, Mormon scripture, and the Bible, and Mormon prophets, seers, and revelators make those racist associations? So did Brigham Young teach racist things?
Possibly. I mean,
but you won't just flat out say that Brigham Young was racist and that he taught super racist.
This is during the there was like a full 45 minutes.
It went on and on and on.
Rod Melton. He was trying to get Rod Melton to say, yeah, Brigham Young is racist.
You won't say that.
But this whole part that's like in white right here is just them just say he's racist, say he's racist, say they're racist, say they're racist, say they're racist.
So you're not comfortable just condemning those teachings and behaviors?
You're not comfortable condemning race.
I don't know.
Is it because you're uncomfortable calling one of the Lord's anointed racist?
I would be definitely uncomfortable with that. But on the other hand, I know that there are racists.
Obviously,
and the word racist is tossed out there an awful lot to mean specific things in our society that wasn't necessarily the same situation in their society, blah, 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 blah. Or is he speaking as his own personal opinion?
But then why wouldn't you say in Brigham Young's own personal opinion he could have been racist? And that those sayings were racist.
Okay, because then the response from you would be, well, if he was racist and he was a prophet, then
no, that actually wouldn't be my response.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get you.
It all depends on what your definition of a prophet is.
I love how fucking terrible John is at gotcha journalism, but how hard he tries.
John, we've heard you. We know what you think.
So, like I said, it just goes and goes, and I have this.
John, tell us again how Kwaku isn't a real black guy.
Enslaving, genocide of Native Americans. Our history is so atrocious, so terrible, so awful that our job isn't to say God did it, or we don't understand God's ways, or well, we've stopped it, so now let's just move on. Or me.
Or that he needed to do that because of like manifest destiny, and that's just the way that he wanted things to go. And God is kind of a brutal God. Kind of
okay.
For me,
I honestly don't understand how these guys can't see that they are just as religious as they were.
Yeah.
As Mormons. I don't.
A large part of this is Dunning-Kruger, in that like John Dehlin and Kara understand American history the way that like Ken Ham's kids understand geology. Like they think they're expert.
So here's so that just goes into
so history.
I've jumped, and that's a fast cut. So I've jumped that's 15 minutes. It just goes on like that because I've cut it down. And I didn't even put everything in there because it's across 3 episodes. But then of course, like you come to this, I'm sure you guys
North America. That's Rodney Meldrum's DVD, right?
And of course, Rod Meldrum didn't invent this idea. That's a racist idea. Okay, and so that gives us a really challenge. We can either say we are racists, and I think that's what you wanted Rod Meldrum, or what Rod Meldrum thought you wanted him to say. Yeah, I'm a racist. Which, most people won't do.
How did I get that impression?
Yeah, you talked over the part.
Sorry.
Invent this idea. That's a racist idea. Okay, and so that gives us a really challenge. We can either say we are racists, and I think that's what you wanted Rod Meldrum, or what Rod Meldrum thought you wanted him to say. Yeah, I'm a racist. Which most people won't do. I mean, even Donald Trump would admit he was racist.
Let it go through right there.
I heard it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you wanted Rod Meldrum, or what Rod Meldrum thought you wanted him to say. Yeah, I'm a racist. Which most people won't do. I mean, even Donald Trump would admit he was a racist, and I can't think of very many more racist people out there. So I hope I didn't offend some of your viewers.
Okay, More Stories is apolitical. Thomas Murphy's comment is not.
Really, at some level, all humans are prejudiced towards each other.
You wanted us to listen.
No, that's all right. That's part of the question. So this is a Native Liberty talking about Kafka traps.
Reasoning is false. Just because you are accused of something doesn't make it true or that guilt has been established. Denying that you are a witch is itself proof that you are a witch, because witches always deny being witches.
Oh, that portion right there. But anyway, let me show you.
I mean, I can't tell you.
That's
like,
pretty
it's
good.
real life,
That's
but
a
I
good
can't
clip
tell you
right
how
there.
many times I've been told directly that all Trump supporters deny being Trump supporters. Like, I've been told that whenever I want to say, like, well, actually, I'm not a Trump supporter. They say, I got you. That's what you all say. Like,
Actually, it is true though that most Trump supporters really don't like him as a person. They will all put that caveat and be like, "Yeah, she was such a dick." But
yeah, they'll say so.
But I like
legacy
him
of paternalism. Anyway. Why would you allow these progressive elites to define what being Native is or isn't? Doesn't that right belong to each tribal member and each heterogeneous tribe? Why would you adopt a system of thought that undermines tribal autonomy? Why would you sell your birthright, your mind, and your spirit to a system of thought that demands that you conform to its beliefs, that demands that you assimilate to its beliefs? Otherwise, you're not Native. Those aren't my words, but hers. Those aren't my beliefs, but those are the beliefs of these critical race theorists. Please stop allowing the talking heads on TV to frame this belief system as left versus right, as Democrat versus Republican, or Trump supporters versus Biden supporters.
Let it roll for a second.
This issue is bigger than all of that. Don't fall into the media's framing trap that there is only two choices available. I could go on, but I hope I've made my point.
Instead, we lead the Republican Party. Utah is literally one of the top 3 most red, most Republican states. And again, it's not about partisanship, but there's going to be a problem. You know, where are the black people? Which party are they in? They tend to be Democrats, right? And white supremacists tend to be Republicans. So if in Utah and if Mormons tend to be the most red of all states / religions, there's something wrong there.
All right, so before we get to
got some really great logic there. That's great.
You got him, Perry Mason.
Yeah, so
I've never seen that before.
This whole Clavin clip, I think it's a separate clip on his channel, but he just kind of goes into detail about why are you academics, people declaring yourself to academics, getting into these moral claims, why, and he shows a version of people, well, I'll show you this. He shows a version.
Before you go on, I just want to use my woman card here. Like, I feel this so much. Like, I get all these, I'm in this email thing with a bunch of researchers studying women and jobs in Utah and stuff like that. And it's frustrating for me because it's frustrating because I don't think like I don't think like a woman. I can tell I don't think
you think like an engineer.
Well, and so it bugs me because like just like that guy, he's like, why would you, like, I'm an individual and I think what I think, and I'm done with the groupthink. Like, I left Mormonism. That was the groupthink that I was kind of in. And anyway, I feel that now with like the politics and like just how dismissive you're dismissed, even if you're marginalized, if you don't think right. And it's like, okay, how does this have anything to do with someone's experience if you have to have the right experience? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's messed up. Anyways.
So he had like a little moment in this where one organization did do a good job testing Graham Hancock of just like saying, no, okay, so you say that this didn't have like these developments seem to have come out of nowhere, so it must have been some other tribe that brought it to them. But no, we have actually some other detail of showing that there's probably like a previous history and it developed evolutionarily. So they gave like a good academic answer to it. He has a clip of that. But then he goes over some clips of some of the other people. Like some people say that they need to censor that off of Netflix or declare it pseudoscience on Netflix or all these different, he gets into the detail about how all these scientific institutions where this is where Foucault is right and all that stuff is that they're more concerned about censoring and calling them no people than they are of just contesting. And in that portion I skipped over, Delin obviously says, but it's outrageous that we even ask people to contest it. It's inappropriate. It's bad. But I've always had this thing, like they've had that thing in Lefty world that like, I am not paid to teach you. I am not paid to, and
it's not my job to educate you.
Just across the board,
emotional labor isn't free.
Just across the board with all this stuff, you just say academics we're too supposed to be the ones who could explain this to us, even if it was lay people, even if it was somebody making a wrong claim on the internet or whatever. You guys make everything worse by turning into a moral claim, saying that we need to censor the person, we need to remove them from, the whole Twitter files, we need to just remove them off of stuff, we need to not let them make their claims, instead of just disputing the claims academically, if you have the academics to dispute them. That's one of the points, is that they maybe don't. But
that's how you debunk somebody. You don't tell them, take the show off the air. There was one guy that wouldn't even let Hancock on their site to film because they didn't like his theories, and it makes them look like children, and it makes Hancock look like the big boy in the room. That's not how you do it, and it's so often how experts react. Now, I showed you a good version, but a lot of the reaction from archaeologists, from professors, and from professional debunkers, misinformation guys, was much different. And I'm taking this one guy out. His name is Farley, Bill Farley. He's an associate professor of archaeology, but I don't mean to pick on him. I'm just doing him because he represents a lot of the stuff that they got. Here's one of his attacks on Graham Hancock. This is cut 8.
I'm not going to knock the guy for writing books and selling books, whatever. But he's being elevated right now into this thing called the intellectual dark web. For those of you who are aware, this is the sort of loosely knit group of conservative thinkers like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, and in this case, most notably,
Sam Harris.
Yeah. Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, and Jordan Peterson would have not been considered conservative.
One of those people calls
5 years ago
conservative.
Yeah.
And there's a whole world, but that's enough. That's enough to just say to them, okay,
funny.
shut your brain off. Shut your brain off.
I'll admit I actually am conservative, but I am not as left as probably those three. Ben's more
Sam
right.
Harris, yeah.
Jordan Peterson. I think Graham Hancock is the Jordan Peterson of archaeology. Now, I have complex, nuanced feelings about Jordan Peterson.
Nuance.
I'm not going to discuss that
I
here.
doubt it.
Hancock is an interestingly similar figure, right? He doesn't always say heinous stuff. He's not constantly lying. Sometimes he says things that are nice, but he has this academic-like pedigree. He doesn't have a PhD, and he's not a professor like Peterson, but he has this long pedigree of publication and decades in the public eye to lean on in a very similar way. That makes him potentially more impactful and dangerous, right?
So he likely explains the dark web. For those of you who are not familiar with it, the dark web is where they teach terrorists how to make bombs. It's not Ben Shapiro explaining the Constitution and Jordan telling you to make your bed and get married and talking to experts about the Bible. That is not the dark web. I'm sorry, we have a lot of good qualities, but one of them is not being the dark web here at the Daily Wire. He has Joe Rogan up there. It's just people he disagrees with. And the fact that Graham Hancock, there's nothing political in this. There's not one political thing in this. But this is the other thing he says. And I'm not picking on this particular guy, but this is representative of a lot of things that people were saying and given credence in the press for saying it. Here's cut 9.
I don't know if Graham Hancock's a racist. I don't know if Graham Hancock is a white supremacist. He may or may not be. But what he does not do in this show is address a long and deep history of white supremacy that is associated with his ideas. So Hancock...
Troy, did you do that? Troy, I guess the point that Troy, we don't, Kotaku stuff, we don't have any sort of proof. He never outwardly said that he's not a white supremacist anti-Semite.
Ideas, some of them are his own, some of them are borrowed from previous scholars going back to the 19th century and earlier, and all of them are utilized and associated with white supremacy movements. They are used to undercut indigenous claims to landscapes. They're used to undercut the achievements of indigenous people and ancient peoples of all types around the world. They are problematic, and they are used to launder ideas by white supremacists and white supremacist groups. So my question to Hancock is this. You knew that was going to be a criticism of this show. You understood that going into it. I know you knew that. So why don't you address it?
So, I don't know that this guy is a pedophile. He may or may not be a pedophile Nazi communist. I may or may not be. But, he knew what I was going to say about him, so why didn't he address it? It's an absurd thing to say. What he's referring to is the thesis that these indigenous people didn't have skills, so therefore they must have been given to them by somebody greater than they are. But Hancock makes absolutely no claims about the racial quality of these people. I think he believes they come from Turkey, really. And he also is very respectful toward indigenous people. He talks about their skills and all this. It's just crap. And the thing is, violating leftist orthodoxy doesn't make the thing you say untrue. Even if Hancock, and he's not, but even if he were a racist or a white supremacist, the words coming out of his mouth might be the facts, right? He's talking about archaeology. The archaeology might be the facts. This thing about calling people racist, calling people white supremacists is a failure of the expert class. And that's what they keep arguing about. There's another lawyer, Timothy Caulfield, and they call him a debunker of misinformation. And he says, ancient apocalypse is just one example of a wider cultural trend denying expertise and the value of science. It almost makes denying expertise sound like a noble task. Well, if the experts stop calling people racist, if they stop lying about Hunter Biden's laptop, or whether the vaccines were properly tested to see if they would stop the spread of disease, or whether they do stop the spread of disease, or whether the disease came from China or not, if they would stop lying to us, if they would stop trying to control us instead of informing us, maybe debunking experts wouldn't look like such a fun thing to do, like such a noble thing to do. This is the information crisis. It's people fighting for their power position, for their status positions, rather than doing the job that makes those positions worthwhile. You're not an expert if you lie. If you're an expert, you're just a liar if you lie. You might have expertise, but the minute you start lying, you're no longer an expert. You're just a liar. Fauci lied. The government has lied. the left has lied about amazing millions of things. Our president lies. We wouldn't be debunking them if it weren't possible to do it. Twitter lied at the behest of the FBI. So all of this stuff is part of this crisis that we're in. And this ancient apocalypse is a silly show. I'm not going to tell you it's true. That's the whole problem. The conspiracy theories sound true because the people debunking them have lost our respect, and they deserve to have lost our respect.
That was something that I always thought was really funny with the Fauci thing. Was like,
is this a show on Netflix?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing, and I mean the questions in it.
I've heard
there's
about it.
weird, interesting questions. I recommend watching it just for the visuals and getting to see all those pyramids. Like it's got
because
great
you're like
visuals.
a white supremacist.
I guess I need to debunk it when I say that before I start saying anything.
I'm not a white supremacist, but I think you should watch it.
Yeah,
You're
but no,
you're
it's
a known white supremacist.
I'm just like Clavin. Like I think the claims are dubious. Flip and I have a friend who thinks the claims are pretty convincing. And Flip and I, you should have seen him trying to talk to us and get frustrated. As we sat there, it was probably like a good hour that he just kept trying to tell us, and we were just kind of
because that thing is like he kept saying like, you got to see this stuff. And I'm like, well, look, I'm familiar with the claims, and the thing I keep asking for is like, okay, like. Circumstantially, you have carved out the epistemological space for this possibility. Okay, I'm on board with that part. Gotta show me something more. And yeah, he just kept getting so mad at me. I'm like, because he kept like, you're denying it. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm saying.
But what's so funny is like we have friends, we know friends who consider themselves super smart scientists, and they've convinced themselves to get to the realm of if anybody starts telling you anything, you got to freak out and shut it down and not even hear it, not even talk about it, and not even, why are we so afraid to hear claims that are wrong? Like,
I think it's natural. Everyone does that.
I'm not afraid to hear any claim that's wrong.
No,
because like that's
you're
the
weird.
thing. Like
I don't think it's natural. I think that like listening to claims that are wrong, it used to be like, wow, that's stupid, but now when you add orthodoxy into the mix, it's not just wow, that claim is stupid. It's that claim is immoral. It's immoral before stupid.
Like yesterday.
Which one's that?
Which one?
I clipped out a part of Jordan Peterson's interview with Amala from PragerU.
I don't know. My wife watched.
Oh, I haven't watched that one yet.
It's just like it's like a 30-second clip, and it's basically Jordan Peterson explaining why you should not avoid criticisms of your belief because you're built on a house of cards. And I was obviously mapping that onto Mormonism. But it's true with any belief. But I do think it's like a natural thing for us to want to protect our beliefs. Like I think it keeps us more stable, right?
This is part of Enlightenment values, because Enlightenment values say exactly that. Like it's good to have your ideas challenged. That's how you sharpen your ideas, And like, I mean, we brought it up before that.
But I don't think it's natural. That's all I'm saying.
No, exactly. But that's what's so terrifying is like, because I've seen it in my life. Like, I remember when those liberal Enlightenment values seemed to prevail, and now that's not the case anymore. And there's a quote from Oscar Wilde. We bring it up all the time, but like he wrote a letter to a friend or something. He said, I fear we have lost the way to play gracefully with ideas. That's part of that is like playing gracefully with stuff you disagree with. It might not be nature, but it's something that can be learned and encouraged, and it can also be actively discouraged. And that's the thing is the liberal left used to encourage, and ostensibly still does encourage that. The leftists are adamantly opposed to it. Like asking for evidence is proof of racism.
I almost think like it's worse once you get into the power position. Like it's always easier to be the deconstructor from the non-power position. And then when you're in the power position and your power position has some constructs that are goofy, that's when you start getting censorious. And then whichever team gets underneath, then they start getting hard into well, let's really break this stuff down and get rid of our dead wood and really kind of take on the stuff that we're going to take on. But that's why interestingly enough to me, because I remember 20 years ago, I think we talked about it somewhere else, but I thought Fair and Farms was absolute dog crap 20 years ago. Like if I remember, I read some of the immediate things put out about Grant Palmer's book and what was it called? The Insider's Guide to Mormon Origins. And it was almost more the answers by Farron Farms. I mean, so many of us have had that experience, but it was almost more their answers that got me out than Grant Palmer's book. And
absolutely,
they were so junk. It was so bad. But then the thing is, like, strangely enough, over 20 years, and the left side of stuff kind of became more censorious, or DeLynn and Larson become more insulated and not able to hear critiques of their things. They're the ones who start building up cobwebs and building up weird sandcastles that are easy to squash and easy to take down, but they won't even hear about anything about the sandcastles they're building up. And then the Mormon side, which has been on the defense for past 10 years, their knives start getting sharpened. Does that make sense? Like, they start getting better, and you cause yourselves to get in this like flip-flop of a situation where but
how do you think that it's sharpened on the Mormon side?
They actually address claims now. I mean, that's
the Midnight Mormons. The Midnight Mormons are really interesting.
I think
Midnight Mormons, your Jacob Hansons, they actually address claims.
You'd have to actually compare it to like how bad it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was pure ad hominem. It was
no, even 10 years ago it was bad, because like I remember that's what drove me out of the church. Was I didn't actually like. Somebody told me about the CES letter. I had a friend that was like, yeah, it had just been written. He's like, yeah, there's these, the CES letter, read it if you want. And I looked at it for like 10 seconds, and he had also told me about the fair response to it. I was like, well, I'll go look at this response. So I actually never really read the CES letter. I went to the fair response, and it was such dog shit. Like, and John DeLynn was a big part of it, because he interviewed Brian Hales. And I remember Brian Hales said one of the stupidest things I've ever seen somebody say is because John DeLynn said, well, okay, Joseph Smith married an additional wife before he got the revelation for polygamy. How would you justify that? And Brian Hales said, well, he didn't need revelation to start baptizing people. Why would he need revelation to start polygamy? Like, wait a minute. Why would God need to tell him to do a thing that he explicitly forbade in that piece of scripture that he just released? What are you fucking talking about? Like, would you say the same thing about murder, you dumbass? So Brian Hale said some of the most absurd shit, and the apologetics were terrible. But so the apologetics are definitely a lot better now.
There was something about it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, especially kind of at the start, where this stuff they were really realizing the internet was a problem, that they were trying to still keep a lid on and them even existing. Like, now there's no hiding that those claims exist. Like, and so they must address them, and they must go through them. They must talk about them.
So, okay, I'm fresh, right?
20 years ago, they for sure were like, if we just we're not even going to say what the claims are, because then people could even hear what the claims are through us. So let's even keep that out of this entirely, and let's just do some ad hominem attack.
I just don't think that the arguments have changed much. I think your opinion has grown, which isn't bad. It's just I think their arguments are still really bad.
Oh, yeah. It's a losing fight.
They
definitely a losing fight, yeah.
Like, okay, so the Midnight Mormons acknowledge that the things exist. That's like Daniel C. Peterson 20 years ago didn't acknowledge that any of those things in the
And then I'm going to use the very unpopular term of gaslight everybody and say that, oh, we knew this all along.
Yeah,
that for sure. No, they do that.
They do that, but they're at least talking about the thing right
for
there.
using gaslight. I know that.
We addressed this.
You guys already talked about this.
But then
no, that's the gaslight that they say about, like, oh, we are no, like, you ex-Mormons.
But it used to be
this thing. It's like,
it used to be we addressed it because we wrote 5 papers on this book, and then you look in the book, and the book didn't talk about any claim. But
that's the gaslight.
The flip end of it, though, is that they'll even get a little critical of general authorities. You never used to see that. I mean, that's
a thing.
Because they're boomers.
Yeah.
It popped out of nowhere, but like YouTube recommended me some it's a show like this, but active Mormons in like the London stake. And it was interesting because like they were actively criticizing local leadership. Like they were talking about like wards combining and shrinking, and they said like they had this big meeting, and they said like, we didn't hear the things we wanted to hear. Like this is the stuff we wanted to talk about. And I was fascinated. Like that wouldn't have happened 10 years ago, and sure as hell didn't happen 20 years ago.
But this is the other thing too, is like some of their answers or claims, like because you're still even talking the thing of them making like this emotional claim you didn't do it, but somebody like Rick Bennett or these other people will try to address the claims, like his answer to the CS letter and all that stuff. But here's the big difference is like if some random kind of new atheist person who's just barely gotten into atheism, they've kind of read some post-Mormon stuff, goes after somebody who's really read the apologetics on their side, the person who's really read the apologetics will scramble up the kind of half-read new atheist guy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Although
20 years ago, you come to some random like Mormon and you start telling that stuff, and you're just like,
maybe I'm not moving in the same circles anymore, but I have not run into a presuppositionalist in a long time, and I feel like I used to run into that all the time.
Jacob Hansen's into it.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he
not all the way.
Like, he debates. Oh, he is a
presuppositionalist.
He posted on Thoughtful Faith just this week a guy who's definitely a presuppositionalist and makes the arguments. But I know the thing is, like, I think Jacob's well enough aware that he then has to make an assertion. It comes up in the conversation he and I had.
Right?
Yeah, and he talks about these levels, and the presuppositionalists are only talking about what he calls like a level 1 discussion of like, is there a God or not? And then he knows that Mormonism is a couple levels later that you have to make an assertion later of that. But,
I mean, presupposition is one of those things where it's one of those Schrodinger's things where it doesn't matter how you define it, even if you define it correctly, as long as you disagree with it. But one way to define presuppositionalism is that asking if there's a God is proof that there's a God.
Yeah. So but just going back just to make my claim is like most of the Mormons, ex-Mormons I come across on ex-Mormon, whatever, Mormon stories and all that stuff. Maybe some of them have like read that stuff or whatever, but in most cases nowadays, I think a lot of them, like if they ran into Brad Whitbeck and they were arguing with Brad Whitbeck and they weren't ready for what Brad Whitbeck was going to say back, they would get scrambled up. Wrong.
Maybe.
20 years ago, the Mormon guy stood no chance, because they just didn't even know this stuff was out there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because at least he's aware of the stuff.
Yeah, they're in the argument now, and they're.
No, I really kind of wonder if like what the average knowledge of this stuff is for typical Mormons. Like, I've mentioned a lot of times because where I went on my mission in Northern California, I went 99 to 01. So it was like right when the internet was starting to get real common. But where I was in Northern California was there's a lot of anti-Mormon activity. So basically, like everywhere we went, everybody already had an opinion on Mormons, and there's already lots of Mormons there from a long time ago. And so like we would be tracting and people would always bring this stuff up, and I'd have to talk my companions down because they'd be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the weird anti-Mormon lies people come up with. And I had to be like, well, no, that thing is true. I know because, the stories telling happened to my great uncle, like, and so that, cause like I went out on my mission having heard all that shit, because for me, like I've said a lot of times, for me, like all the creepy shit of Mormon history for me is family history. Like they were married to Joseph Smith, and one of them was at Mountain Meadows and all that shit, So like I grew up with these stories, but I was surprised how few of my companions, or at least how many of my companions, like I thought everybody knew that Joseph was a polygamist. I thought everybody knew that. Like I knew that for as long as I can remember being a Mormon, because two of the women he married share my last name. Not a coincidence,
So I was going to go into that a little bit more of that lady who they had on, and I was just going to start it off. I don't know if we can even get to all that, but Actual Justice Warrior showed this situation with this girl who there was a woman who she got real drunk, and when she was drunk, this police officer She said bad words to this police officer, right? And they had it on film.
No, she said it to the girl, didn't she?
She said it to the girl who was there as like some sort of thing. But anyway, on the film of the incident, you can see that this person, whatever it is, laughing and get real excited that she's got her. Like, I've got you now. You said those words. I've got you now. Ha ha ha. We're gonna take you down. Oh, what should we do this? You just ruined your life. We're gonna do this. And then flash forward to like this moment here.
The pain.
My name is Kyla Spring. My name is Kyla Spring. Say your name.
I really have to wonder if someone like this is a sociopath.
Yeah, and
it's a religious thing, I think. I just think it's a religious thing.
I don't know, because she knows goddamn well what she's doing there.
Yeah, that's what I say too, and I don't. There's this term that I remember people throwing around a while back, and it's called a duper's delight, and people kind of like give off a smile when they're talking about something, you know, seemingly horrible or terrible or whatever, but it's giving them power in some sort of way. I'm only pointing at that because I just noticed a lot of smiles all through this podcast, and maybe that's me reading body language too much. So
do the rest of you guys kind of feel like Chris looks like he remixes dance tracks for professionally right now?
I look like Ali G.
Yeah.
I don't get that reference. I feel like I'm old or something.
You don't know Ali G?
That's pretty old.
That's a pretty old reference.
Dude, shit that's old now is old. Like what? That's
well, either tricky. Old or just not.
It's before Borat.
Ignorant.
Sacha Baron Cohen before Borat.
Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's first famous character. Yeah, you really do look just like Ali G right now. Are you trying to pull it up?
So what do you remember from this podcast? We called it like peak neoliberal Mormon stories, but I actually got a list of some of our stuff that we wrote about and when we were talking about it to each other. But
which one are you talking about? Oh Christ! Yeah. Oh.
Is because
this one was bad.
I love you guys like children. I want attention. No, it's not fixing anything. And you're gonna suffer.
This is the reason.
That's the duper's delight right there. But so some of the stuff we said. What did we talk about in this one? We already showed the moment where he said Democrats are black and Republicans are white supremacists. But she claimed
it was really great. It was really great logic. It was good.
She claimed that all Mormons in Utah cheered that we got rid of that N-word Obama right after the election.
One of those things that bugs me so much about that is like, because it's not just a smear on Republicans. It is the reversal of reality. Like, Republicans are repeatedly on the record as being opposed to racism in principle. And it's the Democrats that are pro-segregation. It was Democrats that tried to repeal the California amendment that prohibited racial discrimination. You know, like, what reason is there for repealing that amendment unless you intend to discriminate on race? Like, you know, and like, yeah, it's just so bothered. That part really drives me nuts because, like, it's one thing to just say like, oh, well, Democrats are just a bunch of dumb hippies. Like, well, okay, well, that's not fair. That's mostly wrong. But it's also like but it's not the opposite of true. But like the idea that like, oh, Republicans are the racist ones, like, no, and the Democrats are not, like, no, they're they're super racist.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're not super racist. Still not.
Well, didn't you hear about that time? Did you hear about that time when they got together like 100 years ago, and they're like, "Hey, you want to swap everything? Or just swap positions?" and you guys are the racist ones now, and the Republicans are like, yeah, we would like to be racist now.
I do love that thing. Like when they were going after, the institutions with a history of racism. Like, let's play that game. That's fun. I mean, see, that's another one of those irony things, because like, no civilization has done more, spent more, and bled more in the service of ending racism than the British Empire. You know, and if you would listen to the way these people talk, white colonialists exported their evil everywhere. Tens of thousands of British sailors died just to stop slavery in Africa.
Yeah.
And they did that, and they did that at enormous expense to the empire. It was for moral motivations that they did it. They could have left it alone and just, done their own thing. They could have participated, but no. It was for moral reasons that the British Empire went around and militarily stamped out slavery wherever they could. You wouldn't know that listening to these people.
So she claimed that Mormons said black people deserve to be killed for crime, and only black people. She said that Trump brought this all out, and then the Kaepernick thing, she got in the whole Kaepernick thing, that people exposed the racism by being against the Kaepernick thing.
Everything isn't, and none of these things are true. Kaepernick had nothing to do with race. There's no evidence whatsoever that Trump is a racist. In fact, all the evidence is to the contrary. Like
the Star Spangled Banner is racist because it has a verse that's not oft repeated that mentions slaves.
Mentions.
Yeah, it says like all the slaves fought too. So because it says slaves, it's racist. And did you know that that's proof that our whole entire, that's CRT 101. Did you know that our whole entire thing was racist from its roots?
You guys know about that black queen of Africa that was a slaver?
Yeah, that's what they made that movie about. And they rewrote it. The Woman King or whatever.
She was a hero. Wanda Sykes told me so.
Yeah, they were fighting to keep their ability to keep selling slaves. They go into Candace Owens forever, and John tries to get her to really, really lean into why is Candace Owens bad?
Yeah, he does.
Candace Owens is. Tell us again why Candace Owens is bad. Maybe you listen to that, but I want to go to this Marxy part. Marxy.
Mormons, good. I have some now that I don't even know how to manage the conversation, except I'm going to have to be brave. They're like, you understand that it's a Marxist, communist, socialist, disgusting thing that a lot of Black people are asking for, Chanel, and don't fall into that trap. And I'm looking at them like,
meaning what? What is the communist socialist thing Black people are asking for?
Equality.
Human rights.
Equality. Just to say, can you not hurt us just because of our skin?
Killing us.
Can you not hurt us because we disagreed with you? Can you not hurt us because I'm a passionate person? Ask my husband. My husband, if we get into something and we're not seeing eye to eye, or I'm beating him in a game because I'm better, then it's more of like I can loud, not because I'm dangerous.
It's just funny when she says like, "Oh, I want to live," or don't hurt me because of my color of my skin. All that stuff. It's like, well, okay, here you are. Like, this is where, like, genuinely, like, this is one of those questions that they act like you're racist for asking.
Of other Black people being hurt, and that's her too.
I guess I'll be like, because it's one of those things. Like, okay, lady, where would you rather be? Where would you rather be a Black woman right now? What country?
Well, that's racist.
Is Canada?
Those who don't know who Candace Owens.
What's that?
Those who don't know who Candace Owens is, who's that?
She's right-wing conservative, Black woman.
And their point is that.
Their point is, see, she agrees with us that there's Black on Black crime.
Is that what John's saying in this episode?
She agrees with us that there's black on black crime.
Well, no, because that's the other thing is like, and they're playing
I'll
a sneaky
go.
game here too, because I'm sure she's playing a sneaky game. Because I goddamn guarantee that at least some of the time, if not most of the time, that Candace Owens got brought up, it's because she or someone else brought up some kind of standpoint epistemological bullshit. And so they used as a countervailing fact, no, here is a person of color and a female who doesn't agree with you. And that's the problem that she's having now.
No, we brought this up when we were talking about it because they always talk about they always talk about the standpoint epistemology thing, like you're ignoring the lived experiences of black and brown people or whatever. And then as soon as one of the people, and Candace Owens is the easiest to think of, one of the people in her ward pulls up, what about Candace Owens? She says this different thing. She's like, oh, you think that all of a sudden she becomes an individualist. And she's like, oh, you think that just because I'm a black woman, I'm going to listen to Candace Owens? No, I don't. But you told me you would. You told me you believe in standpoint epistemology.
Yeah. To be clear, I think that Candace Owens is an opportunistic hack, but she doesn't deserve the slander that she receives. What were you saying, Marty?
No, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's like
it's opportunist hacks all the way down.
Well, I won't say that, but I will say
I'll say it again.
And
She's an opportunistic
No,
hack.
I listened to her and I disagree. That's all. I feel like she's a little too fear-mongery for me. Actually, a lot of those commentators on Daily Wire are. I struggle.
Yeah, if you guys want better versions of what do they call it, your token black, use Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter.
Oh man,
what are the bets that somebody accuses us of being Republican Mormons in the comments yet again? Every time somebody accuses us of being some combination of Republican and Mormon, it's just so funny because they obviously don't listen.
These friends, why do you have statistics on black people? Why would you have statistics on black people?
Because you brought it up, asshole.
That's a weird thing to have. You don't have statistics on.
Wait. If they didn't if you were like, what are the crime statistics on black people? They're like, well, you know what? We got Japanese, we got Tajikistani, we got Mozambique. Just the white ones, though. Like,
she's saying
because
why do my fellow
black peoples are in America?
No.
Like,
why do you have that in your back pocket?
Yeah, she's saying why do her ward member friends have it in their back pocket? And the reason they have it in their back pocket is because she just said, what do black people want? She just said, stop hurting us for having different opinions.
Yeah.
So she believes,
I went and looked it up.
Black people are getting killed and hurt because they're black, just because they're black. So why wouldn't these people have these statistics in the back of their pocket? They're going to be like, they think that black people are being hurt. I've got to look into it. So the people who have the statistics in their back pocket are the people who listen to you.
There was a famous thing that people did a study over the past few years, and they would go and ask people like liberals or Democrats, well, I guess left-wing people, or actually just kind of even the actual basic liberal you could have called 4 or 5 years ago, and ask them how many people a year get killed by police officers, how many unarmed black people, and they would be off by thousands because the answer was like somewhere around 10 or 11. And anybody who had been sitting there listening to the narrative for several years, if you're somebody who is at all curious, you'd stop and go, wait, what? Yeah. What? These black, because the whole thing was like, hey, America just woke up to the concept that black people get killed by cops all the time. Oh my gosh, we're supposed to do the work and look into this. Like we all said, oh my gosh, let's look into it. And that's why we looked into it. And it turned out it was nowhere near what you're saying. And even beyond that, we found situations like Tony Timpa where they were killed. They were white guys killed in almost the exactly same way. And we found out that white men are more unarmed. You can get into the details later. There's more white men or whatever, but more unarmed white men every year get killed quite a lot more by blacks. And they bring up the situation of Jabari or whatever. I forget his name. The kid who had the fake gun in the park and was only 12 that they always like to use. Even though he was 12, he's like 6'5", and they couldn't tell it was a fake gun. But John McWhorter had a famous Twitter post where he looked into, let's see how many times the same situation happened to a white kid. And he found over 50.
Yeah.
Not like 1 year.
I think what's interesting is about the police thing is I think you get conservatives that don't like the overstepping of police too. Like this is something that we can all agree on that maybe we should have better policing, right? But then I don't know.
The problem is that the left they're playing hide the ball with the truth because they don't believe in police reform. They don't believe that the police are corrupt or that the police are incompetent. They believe that the concept of police has to go. and that's really at the core of this. And they're playing hide the ball with that. Because that's one of the things that took me forever to realize with them. Because the way they talk about the police, you're do you live on planet Earth? Do you remember a year or two ago when that bogus story came out about Border Patrol whipping Haitian immigrants at the Mexican border, right?
Yeah.
Because, and everybody's like, oh my God, look at this happen. And my first reaction is I heard that story. And my first thing was wait, cops don't have whips? What is this, Indiana Jones? Whips? But everybody else just skips over that. It's oh yeah, no, I'm sure that's what happened. But and this other thing where it's that, they act like, what happened to George Floyd happened because oh yeah, the cops all get together and they're like, how can we kill black people today? Or it's no, everything they do is from decades of lessons learned. This whole thing, I don't know. One of the things just springs to mind from a few years ago in Salt Lake City, where an autistic kid got shot by police in the dark after running away from them and reaching into his waistband and all this crap. He was unarmed. Now, the part they don't mention is that he had made threats. His mother had called the police, and I just remember watching on the on the KSL and on Facebook, and everybody just blowing up, all the enlightened leftists going why are they sending armed police? It's just a 13-year-old autistic boy. Why don't they send a therapist on this shit? And it's because sometimes 13-year-old autistic boys with a history of making violent threats carry them out. We call them school shooters, you idiots. That's why the police respond like this, because there was a time in the past that they didn't take these things very seriously. And what happened were school shootings or things like that. And so society demanded that police take things more seriously. And guess what? They did. And sometimes you get these situations. But this is the thing where it's but there's no getting this to the left because there's no common ground they're willing to reach. There's not a kind of policing that they're willing to agree to. They believe that the concept of policing is fundamentally oppressive, So there is no reality with them. I don't know. There's 10 gajillion examples of this.
Yeah.
One of them just slipped my mind though. Whatever.
So this is the part we thought he kind of ran cover for O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. And again, another really important documentary for me was O.J. Simpson Made in America.
Yeah.
Because when the O.J. verdict came down, of course, we all had a good sense he was guilty. But then you see black people celebrating. You're like, now that's wrong. But then we didn't understand that they had been living decades or centuries of injustice. And this was just a chance to finally, have a little bit of power in a judicial system that had been stacked against them forever. So
interesting.
Yeah. There's a whole latter portion where she talks about different podcasts that she trusts and has had on, and the reason she trusts them. Tell me if I'm not saying this right, Jared, but I think I am. The only reason they're good is if they let her talk and didn't push back on her. And if anybody pushed back on her, they're not good. But if anybody didn't push back on her and just let her talk, they were good and they're fine in her book.
I remember what I was going to say about the police thing is that because there's a guy that I watch who sometimes he's like an ex-cop who reviews shooting incidents. And in the world of people that take this stuff seriously, there's a phrase that they use sometimes because there's a bad shoot. They don't really call it a good shoot, but there's a bad shoot. And then there's one that they call lawful but awful.
Yeah.
Which is a thing that happens, and the leftist critics of police, that category is off limits. The idea that this can be a lawful, it's a lawful shooting, but we can all agree that was awful, and hopefully that doesn't happen, and we can learn from that and do better next time. But that's the way they see it, is that, this is the structuralism thing, is that no, it can't just be a bad mistake made in a high tense adrenaline situation. No, civilization made that happen like that to disadvantage that person in that situation. It's like cosmic almost. It's so religious.
Song is different. I said, I'm gonna ask you to do something, and he was like, okay. And I said, so I'm gonna ask Mormons to do this. I'm gonna ask that they close their eyes and just think for a minute. Just close your eyes, think about your life, think about how things are. Race is not an issue, right? So your eyes are closed. You're in sacrament meeting. They just sang a hymn. You're passing the sacrament. Everything's good. You feel good. It feels amazing. Now you open your eyes, and everybody in that congregation is black.
Bum, bum, bum.
Kids passing the sacrament. You look up, the bishopric is all black. Everybody around you is black except for you.
I would hate that so much because I'm racist.
Anything? Yes, you do. Because I saw the face of the people I did this to. You can't hide it. I read people like a book. I love playing poker. So when...
Play me.
I'll take that.
I thought of you guys a second she said that.
I kind of feel like A Time to Kill was a little bit... Or is it A Time to Kill?
The one with Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. He hit that better than she did just now.
I think it assumes...
You don't know what I'm referring to?
I only ever half saw that movie. I remember half watching it with some friends in high school and barely paying attention.
It's pretty good. I remember liking it, but it might have been just because it had Matthew McConaughey.
I should rewatch it. I remember it had Samuel L. Jackson in it too, right?
So the storyline is, it happens, his daughter gets raped, and they live in a southern town where he doesn't think that justice is going to be served. He thinks that the two boys that did it are going to get off, and so he takes a gun and kills them on their way into the courthouse. So he takes the law into his own hands, and so Matthew McConaughey is defending Samuel L. Jackson, who's the father of the daughter.
When I was a missionary, one of my baptisms, I didn't put him in the water. His son did, but we were the ones that oversaw it. But he had to get a letter from the first presidency allowing him to get baptized because he had served 5 years in prison for manslaughter because he got drunk and murdered a guy that had raped his wife.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But I joked that when we baptized him, he'd turn the water brown, but it didn't happen.
So this thought experiment, it just, I can't express. I'd be surprised that the magic happened, but I mean, one of the things that's weird about it is so many of us...
Is that what she's asking? Like, all of a sudden you wake up and everybody is a completely different color than when they were before? Because that would be shocking.
Trying to say that we'd be upset being in a minority, but the thing is like she doesn't... often they don't realize that half of us have all been on missions in other countries.
I know.
Been in this situation before. But even in Utah, I used to go to a Baptist church with B. Murphy, who was from the Pretenders, because he came and he befriended us, and we'd go to his church every Sunday because it was funner and they'd sing cooler songs, and it was purely black, and me and 3 other friends. And so I've been there.
Yeah.
But this wouldn't even count. Like, I have a friend that lived back east somewhere, and it was mostly black neighborhood, and she felt like she was discriminated against and felt it was tense for her, right? And so she's like, yeah, I can see how people would feel, and that's not good. They shouldn't feel like that. But the thing is, they wouldn't even consider that They wouldn't even count because the system is technically built for white people. So even if you're a white minority in a black suburb or something, that wouldn't even count still. Like,
yeah,
so
that's
it's weird
that's the critical race theory thing. But I think
Yeah.
she's just trying to like make us realize in our brains that we have racist assumptions about people. And
Well-
sorry, lady, that's the thing I keep trying to tell people everywhere is like, I can't tell you how much. I mean, one of the reasons I think if I were a racist, we would not be able to come at you and tell you you're full of shit.
Yeah,
Because we treat you like a person.
that guy, the
and
first.
the people who sit there and tiptoe around you and act like you're some fragile thing who's a complete different being on this planet, those are the ones who are treating you differently.
The first black general authority, I always forget his name, but he was that guy from Brazil. Like in the 80s, he stayed at my house because my mom was his translator. Like I was exposed to a black general authority before I was even baptized. So there you go, lady. I handled it just fine.
I could make the argument. I think there's
No,
probably
I
like a
think
time
being a
in our
minority
history.
sucks. That would totally suck, right?
I think there's a time in our history where it's totally true that what I'm saying is that would have that reaction might work on John DeLynn. Like John DeLynn might stop and go, "Geez, how'd I get around all these
that's
blacks?" or something like
crazy.
that. But part of my argument from this whole entire thing from the start is those of us born 1980 and after, we were born into a soup that had us start out from a position of not thinking that way. We were born into the soup of not thinking that way.
My aunt and uncle were white Mormons. My aunt was a convert. My uncle was old Utah Mormons. And they adopted kids, and they adopted Polynesian kids, and they were my cousins, and they were my closest age. And I had 10 million sleepovers and 1 million baths and swimming with brown kids. And they were my family, and that was just like, like this lady wants, like, they want to imagine that I had all, like, the Robin DiAngelos, and I had all this struggle. It's like, no, just they explained what happened. There you go. They're adopted.
It takes some getting used to. Like if you're the only person with your skin color in a group of people, it's going to take some getting used to. But
there's majority
I'm going to make the argument.
Anyway, for sure.
I don't know. I'll have to ask my
I
coworker.
wish
I got
I
a black
had it.
coworker. From
I've lived in Vegas, and there was plenty of times I was the only white guy in the room. Plenty of times.
I wish I had it on tape, but I remember because my brother is working on, like, he's in school now, working on a master's degree, and it's history, but like, because everything is critical race theory shit. It's specifically about the Polynesian experience in America. And I was there when he asked my cousin, like, about, like, how do you feel racially? Like, Samoan cousins are like, white. Like, I feel white. Like, just that. And like, and it just, because I know, like, because I can just imagine, like, if that was happening, like, in the classroom, that would be like this buzz of like, oh no, that's the wrong answer, but
yeah. So I mean, I 100% get what you're saying, Marty, like in the sense of like, yeah, it's not nothing. It's not a zero. Like, we're not saying, like, when we talk about color blindness, we're not saying, hey, I just looked at that crowd and it's just people and all that sorts of stuff.
I'm also saying, like, when you don't have an opportunity to get to know somebody, like, you're going to be freaking awkward. And that sucks for that person that's feeling that awkwardness when you first meet them too, right?
Yeah.
But
like, I don't know, part of why I'm sort of immune to this, although again, like, because my siblings all went to college and all got roped into this stuff, so maybe my thing isn't true. But like, for me, I had the thing, it's like, I have a weird Latin name that Americans can't pronounce right. So when people are like, do you know what it's like when people can't say your name and they say it wrong? I'm like, yes, I goddamn know. I had two teachers that learned to say my name in all of my freaking career. Like, I have relatives that don't pronounce it correctly, for hell's sake. It's like, yeah, no, I know. And it's like, and I was the only Brazilian American kid I knew, in school. Like, there was nobody else. And the kids made fun of me for it. Goddamn, you better believe they made fun of me for it. You know, nothing stopped them. You know, like they made fun of my mom's accent. They made fun of the food we ate. Like, so like, yeah, no, I get it. You know, and like, and this lady wants to imagine like, oh no, I was just white and just immune to all that shit. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Well,
you know,
Brazilians didn't know how to say Higdon. They'd be like Elder Higdon, and and Higdon. That was the closest they came. Higdon. But like I don't know. I was like, yeah, I have a weird name here. That's
you want,
like,
you want to know one of my weird experiences?
Why would I get angry at somebody for not knowing how to pronounce a weird name?
Well, like,
here's my weird
when,
experience.
When Dilma Rousseff was president, right? Like, am I going to give American TV announcers shit for not getting that? Like, no.
So one of the times I can describe having the experience she had is after I was in Mexico for 2 years. And I came back on the airplane and I went through the airport for the first time. I said, oh my gosh, white people aren't white at all. They're pig pink. Like, they all looked piggy pink to me. And that's one of the only times that I've kind of noticed everybody around me looking crazy different.
I worked for a year in a Mexican grocery store. And
I worked there for 4 or 5 years.
I was the white guy. And like my first week, I totally got racially profiled because like this very upper crusty looking Latin American lady came in and mumbled something in a Spanish accent that I was unfamiliar with. And I had a moment of like, what? And I heard her say something like, oh, you're just a gringo. And then I understood her and I'm like, oh no, you want this over here. But like it was totally fucking racist, you know? Like, understandable, I get it.
When I worked at Wendy's the first time as a kid, like it was me and mostly Mexicans that worked there. And one of my managers was complaining. I was the only white dude there at the time. And one of my managers was complaining about how, all the white people that work here are lazy. They don't do anything. And then she looked at me. She's like, not you. You're one of the good ones.
You're cool.
Here's a racist story that is totally, it's the kind of racism I approve of is when I was in catering, and it was like my first couple of days in catering, and we were working these crazy 14-hour days, and I had just come off of 4 years of sitting down for a job, and so like my legs were sore as hell, and during like a break I was like squatting down, and Sammy, this Mexican guy, he was this older Mexican guy, he was overweight, and he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, my legs are tired. And he went, you American kids and you're tired. Bear in mind, I was like 34 at this time. He's like, you American kids and you're tired. I was in my 40s the first time I was ever tired. I was like, and I felt so ashamed. I'm like, yeah, it's probably true. But like, yeah, he totally was racist to me, but it was true. Yeah, like, I'll give him that one. Like, yeah, Mexicans work harder than white people, my white American peers. Hell yeah, on the whole.
Yeah,
right.
The CRT of this, the critical race theory of this, which they drop all sorts of concepts and precepts of it, but the CRT of this is that racism hasn't changed an ounce; it only gets more covert. It's a complete black pill. Like if we're to believe that and go along with that, why are any of us even supposedly trying? And then, of course, you have the stuff that Kendi and D'Angelo say that it's just a universe eternal, constant apology is what you have to do. I'm sorry.
I just checked the comments, and Troy Levitt talked about going to Korea on his mission. And there's a friend of ours, like, you know him. We have a friend that is a total ginger kid, total classic gingivitis. And when he was a little toddler, he was in Japan. And he remembers like his parents, would drop him off at like this daycare. And he was, literally the only not Japanese kid. And he remembers the other kids going like this and pointing at him and laughing and stuff, So like, I don't know where those kids learned white supremacy, but
there's majority privilege. There's in-group bias. But my only major point is the lie of critical race theory that it hasn't improved over the last 200 years in the U.S. It's like, come on, it doesn't just get more covert; it's improved. It's better than it used to be, a whole lot better. And But then you just find more and more and more and more micro things to complain about. That's why we call them microaggressions. She complains in this that white people touch her hair. And I mentioned that I know this girl who is very, very outgoing with a lot of different women, and she'll touch women's hair. I don't care if some woman's hair is like that. And I remember I told her a couple years ago about the microaggression. And I remember her countenance just fell, like she was sure that she'd done that at some point in her life. But I know her, she does it to any hair that she was very, very outgoing with women. And maybe she shouldn't have been touching any woman's hair like that. But if you had some sort of cool thing going on to your hair, she was likely to go play with it and touch it. But of course, she realized in that moment, especially nowadays, a lot of different women might have assumed she was being a microaggressor at that point, and she had no idea. But
what a terrible way to look at the world.
Yeah. I still remember her face just going. I mean, this is like you
that's
can imagine.
religion.
You can imagine a girl like that she's very bubbly and very outgoing, because not a lot of women are that outgoing with other women, and just her face just going dark when I told that to her,
Well, it reminds me of like going out in the world and be like, oh shoot, can I eat this fondue? I don't know if I can have this fondue. It has alcohol in it. So can I dip my food in that and cook it in that because it's got alcohol in it? Like that's what it reminds me of.
Yeah,
like
walking around through life, second guessing everything. And then that makes it more difficult to actually cross boundaries, to talk to people and get to know people and be friends with people.
Okay, so you want the church to apologize and teach anti-racism?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, they have to admit. They have to admit what they
Muslims
did.
want the Catholics to stop teaching Catholicism and start being Muslim.
Apologize.
Every religion wants every other religion
And
to stop
teach
doing that and start
anti-racism
doing their
to
thing.
its members.
Yeah. So basically, the church needs to become atheist and woke, and then we'll be good.
I'd forgotten about Kendi's thing, because anti-racism comes from Kendi. I'd forgotten about his proposal to have an amendment until James Lindsay's Oxford speech today. And I was like, oh yeah, Kendi's proposal to have an amendment that says they review all law before it passes law. Like basically puts you in as a king.
No, but it's not a king. It's like the
commissar.
Probably the closest thing would be the Ayatollah. That's really what it's more like than anything else. Is an Ayatollah, because he's the theological authority that supersedes everything.
All right, this is neither here nor there, but I don't get why she talked about this stuff.
Sometimes they mark them wrong. Like, you wanted this to be $10, well, it's 10 cents, and you can't take it back. I want 5 of them. That is fun for me, and that's what I do. That is me. If somebody
retail
makes
workers
my food
hate
right,
you.
So this kid at Domino's, for example, I'll tell you this one last story. And
Maybe some stuff that you perceived as racism was people hating you being a dickhead.
But I don't like pizza. I just think pizza's gross. But when I craving pizza, I like a Supreme pizza, and I like it at Domino's. This kid,
oh my God,
made my Supreme pizza wrong. I was hot. I was like, that's it. I went to Domino's, and I was like, who made this pizza? And they're all like, oh my gosh. And this kid's like, I did. I was like, come here. He's like, God. And they're all staring like, oh my gosh, is she going to hurt him? He's 17. I said, what kind of pizza is this? And he's like, it's a Supreme. I said, does this look like a Supreme pizza? And he's like, well, I said, a Supreme pizza is supposed to have a lot of peppers, a lot of onions, lots of all of this. I said, what do you see on this pizza? And he's like, well, I said, you have 3 onion slivers on this pizza. That is not a Supreme pizza.
He's Karen.
And he's like,
he's bragging about
okay, well, what happened to me?
So maybe sometimes in this world you're an asshole.
Yeah.
And you perceive that in a different way.
Wait, so how does she spin this? I didn't get this far. How does she spin this into being racist?
No, I made it like this because I was having
a bad night. She's just talking about stuff that's her.
Talking about story. This is her personality.
This is just my personality.
I don't know.
You're an asshole.
I said, okay, but what does it have to do with me? I paid for a pizza. I said I wanted to be a Supreme pizza. You gonna redo this? He's like, I'll redo it. So he redoes the pizza and he goes, you like this? And I said, that's.
You know how many times I've done this?
0.
Exactly zero.
Yeah.
Exactly 0 times have I walked, like, recorded, and he didn't even really.
You know,
mess with
if
it.
I
He just
come
put
across
2 little onions on it, and I'm like, like, if I have to like say, hey, you got this wrong, I'm nice about it. You don't go up and humiliate a teenager for.
Or if I find some 10-cent,
And then
if
you
I find
enjoy
some
it.
10-cent item in the store that was wrongly marked, and I go up and they say that was wrongly marked, I say, well, I'm going to buy 10 of them, and it's your fault because you guys are supposed to like you are,
gotcha.
You're somehow bragging about things that retail workers find asshole-ish and difficult. Like you're somebody. You're a type of person nobody likes. It's being a Karen, like you said.
Now here's the thing, is it because like
you are the archetype.
This might just be personality. This can just be personality, and people can act like this totally independent of ideology. But if you happen to believe that you live in a patriarchal white supremacist society that is structured from the top down to disadvantage you, then you're justified in acting like that. You know, so like that adds that gasoline to the bad impulse.
Yeah,
Right.
I kind of
Like
can't
if she
believe
had
she got
gone
into
to
it.
if she'd gone to the subreddit where people are anonymous, you don't know people's race there, and said, "Am I an asshole?"
Am I the asshole? Yeah.
Everyone would have said, "Yeah, you're the asshole."
Yep, exactly.
If she would have included her race, they might have gone the other way, though.
Maybe.
We actually just watched this Reddit thing today. My wife likes watching them, and where this guy said, or this, I don't know, it was a guy or a woman, but he said like he went to
They're all the same
Walmart.
now.
I know. He went to Walmart and saw that they had marked the prime rib wrong. They had marked it for being this amount per prime rib rather than per pound. And so he like basically ripped them off for like $500, and some law in his country means that they have to sell it for the price that they marked it as. And the manager kind of chewed him out, like, look, do you want to do this? Because you're going to get somebody in trouble. You might cost somebody their job. He's like, am I the asshole for that? Because I did it. And like half of the comments were like, no, you're not the asshole. Like, how is he not the asshole? He stole money and got someone fired. They're like, well, because he's doing it to Walmart. It's okay.
Yeah, there's so many times I've even seen some comedians, like I'm not usually one to be like, oh, that comedian's being, but I'll see them like joke about bitching out some regular frontline worker for some policy that frontline worker has no control over. And I just do not find it funny or interesting, or I think you are an asshole if you bitch out or a dick to any sort of frontline worker for things that they don't have power over. You're a dickhead. You know.
Well, and probably everyone's an asshole at some point, right? Like, but hopefully that's not how you are all the time, and hopefully you're not.
I don't know though.
Proud of it.
Well, hopefully you don't tell the story later. Like, look how awesome I am and how racist the world is.
When the little pimple-faced dweeb at the Domino's Pizza makes your pizza wrong, and says, "Well, I'm just following orders." I mean, that's just the Nuremberg defense, and that's no defense at all.
There you
so
go.
It's totally justified.
She thinks she trained that kid how to put more toppings on her pizza to be a better pizza maker. Like those kids aren't micromanaged to make sure that they chintz on those pizzas. You know?
Well, no, and also like, look, I've made pizzas. I've worked in chain pizza places, and there's sloppy pizza. And there's
you go fast,
but like, well, and that's things because like that's things I was thinking of that lady's like because there's a way to handle that, which is to go up and take the pizza, and say like,
yeah, you can return the pizza and ask for more. But humiliating some kid like that,
because like I remember like when I worked in pizza, one things they talked about, they have a term for it, center loading. It's a common mistake when you're rushing in pizza. It's called center loading. And that's when you just kind of throw all the toppings in the middle and throw it on. No, spread it out. But so that's exactly. And it would be one thing to say, like, look, I can ask you to remake this. I want some better distribution. But where she's like, you are a stupid asshole, kid. It's like, no, that's what makes you a stupid asshole. Like, I can see saying, well, I want something that's made better than this. Okay, fine. It's a fucking pizza. It's whatever. It takes 10 minutes, but...
Speaking of flip knowing stuff about pizza, I've always kind of made a joke that if you come across anybody who's like kind of smart or knows a lot about philosophical stuff or random stuff, they always know how to make and deliver pizza too. It's a strange correlation.
So here's when you're ordering pizza from chains. Couple of secrets is don't order too many toppings. Overloading is always a big problem. I mean, everybody likes heavy cheese. I like light cheese, but the big thing is ask for well done.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Because usually they're in a hurry. One thing is one, and so they'll pull the pizzas out of the oven too soon. But also they will just don't really maintain things. But yeah, so if you ask for it well done, your pizza will be a lot better usually when you're ordering from places like Papa John's and Domino's and shit like that. But most pizza just sucks, especially in Utah. There's no good pizza here.
Every once in a while, you go to Caesar's and it's a good pizza.
Ew.
Like, whoa,
Ew.
what happened? No, I'm saying not every time. It's not every time.
Well, I have a law of pizza, and it's a very effective and true law of pizza. And that law of pizza is that your pizza is only as good as your crust. Yeah. And see, this is what I learned working for chain pizzas, because like I worked for Papa John's at different times and in different places. And Papa John's, like if it's well managed and like the dough in particular is properly handled and proofed, because like the whole proofing process technically like takes all day or multiple days when it's done correctly. And I've seen it done correctly and I've seen it half-assed. But when the dough is handled right and it's slapped out right, the crew is well trained, the ovens are maintained, the temperatures are set correctly, they're not fiddling with any of that shit. Like Papa John's can make a good pizza. The reason Papa John's usually sucks is that Papa John's has a legendary culture problem and nobody wants to work there. And so there's just no quality control or sense of shame or anything like that. But, that's things like, if you've ever wondered, like, sometimes, like, sometimes, like you say, sometimes Little Caesars is good. Like, yeah, like, if everybody in there is doing their job right, there's no reason you can't make an edible pizza. The reason they usually suck is because it's a bunch of pimple-faced dweebs that don't care and, with no corporate support and all that shit.
I told you, smart guys always know insides about pizza and pizza delivery. All right.
See, my only rule with pizza is that Little Caesars is ass. That's my rule. I would rather eat Totino's frozen pizza than Little Caesars.
I made that comment with that being common knowledge. That's what I was saying. Every once in a while, I get a good pizza.
I like many years ago when Domino's like.
Sorry, Chris, we're not getting off pizza.
We can stay on pizza. We don't need to go over this one. This is just showing it. This last episode is the one where this guy kind of dispels some of John DeLynne's kind of beliefs because he actually did some studies about
let's watch this
religious people. Oh no, keep talking about pizza. We don't need to go into this.
Yeah, I want to watch this.
Okay. It's not that much. It's just
sociologists, social scientists are the most secular of all the. You often think, well, it must be the physicists. It's social scientists, the anthropologists, sociologists are the most atheistic of all academics, right? So you do get, and there's been some really interesting work done in the States. Christian Smith wrote an excellent book. There's been other really interesting work done on this kind of secular bias that you get within sociology. Okay, and this goes right back to Freud, Marx, Comte, Durkheim, Weber, all of whom were, varying degrees and in different ways, kind of non-religious and, with a kind of obviously in different ways, but, with and meant it. So there's always this argument that kind of the sociology and anthropologists are biased against religion. Now, obviously it's a big field and there's there's different. So, this is kind of like, a very big picture. Generally speaking, I think the social sciences see it's hard to generalize. You do get social scientists who think that, well, actually, we've lost a lot. We've lost all sorts of social capital. Kind of Robert Putnam kind of social capital kind of stuff around. Churches, irrespective of truth claims, which sociologists and anthropologists always like to bracket out. You do lose something when these kind of critical hubs of social community and belonging dissipate. There's a huge literature looking at religion and mental health and religion and health generally that suggests that more religious people have better health outcomes in all.
I know it took them forever to spit that out, though.
But there's stuff I listen to the whole thing because I mean it's true because like this podcast kind of gets in. He talks about how like the culture shifted left, and Delin keeps asking if it's just right. But I'm telling you, like there's 3 or 4 times where Delin and Nemo kind of go, oh, like it kind of like shocks them to find out that there's benefit and usefulness to religion and sociological utility, and that there's biases in the academics, and that Marx is part of it, and that like that there's like a lot of really and
it's like when Mormons find out that Joseph had more than one wife.
Yeah.
And yes, there is a doubling down from the churches in the 80s, but also it's more that the wider population, including many who were in those churches, have shifted far more liberal. So it's not that suddenly the church has moved to the right. It's that like the culture's kind of moved to the left in inverted commas, and the church kind of holds its line, or at least aspects of the church do. And then there's this backlash. So I do think that the kind of religious right is important. The big thing.
That was in response to Delin trying to ask a question like, why are they shifting so right? And that's the response that he got.
Like,
I wish I could like catch the
you went left, buddy.
Yep. And he
does he really think the church has changed?
Yeah, he's kind of like asking like, why do they seem to like shift and jump to MAGA? Isn't that what he's asking? If what's causing a lot of the X and the nunness?
Utah's like one of the places where MAGA was least supported.
Delin's,
if anything, he should be patting Mormons on the back.
His supposition, his assumption was because they suddenly shot right this MAGA way, it turned away all the millennials. That's Delin's presumption, right? And this guy kind of dispels it when they weren't expecting. What's interesting about this guy and why Delin had him on, and I think Delin had him on before really knowing what he'd say. They kind of assumed and guessed what he'd say. But he wrote a book about how interesting it is that people are leaving religion, and he made a focus on Mormons and ex-Mormons just kind of accidentally as something of like a place that was particularly interesting to him. He's in England, and he's Catholic.
Like Nevermo, huh?
He's Catholic, Nevermo, and it's completely like just an outside academic study and say, hey, what's going on with those Mormons over there? There's something kind of weird and interesting going on over there. And so he made the study of it. And so Delin had him on like, yeah, aren't these Mormons stupid? And then it kind of blows up in his face a little bit all the way through it. I think that's how I interpret it. There was another guy, I wish I knew his name off the top of my head, but he commented on our last video, like, check that one out. That guy kind of shocks Delin several different times. And he gets into some arguments with him because this guy claims that Mormons actually do have slightly better than average. They're slightly better average at retaining than other religions, and Delin's just not happy about that.
I don't like that.
Yeah, and
I've heard that. That was my understanding too.
Yeah, Delin did not like that. He says, "I think maybe we have some other data we can show you or something like that." And this guy's book's already coming out and all that stuff, and you can kind of see Delin kind of like his shoulders start to droop and drop as the podcast goes on, because this guy's not necessarily saying that all the loss of religion is a good thing, and Delin kind of thinking this guy coming out of academics was like, yay, let's all celebrate, we're winning.
Well, no, because
I've heard Delin say that. My understanding is that Delin does understand the same stuff that this guy.
He understands that community's lost, but I don't think he has really very much actual. He's not. I think Delin says a lot of stuff where he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth, and that's one of them. Like, he does not think people should actually stay in Mormonism.
He knows that it's a.
He knows you need community, but
what
he's
really
sure.
Wants to see is
he's sure is that you will be. Yeah, our society would be better if it was a different thing than Mormonism.
Well, it's like everything where it's like it's not community unless it's their kind of community.
Yeah,
it's like you're not black unless you're politically black. You're not in community.
You're not.
It's not it goes to levels unless it's woke community.
Yeah, it goes to levels in like psychological. Philosophical communities, and I see it from the dissident right as much as I'll see it from like the Adorno types and dialectic of enlightenment. That they'll say, you're not having real experience unless your experience is within that Marxist utopian experience.
Yeah.
That's one of the main claims of all those critical theories. It's like, it's not even real until you get there. And then so much of the dissident right is we've lost it all in this modernity based on materialism and all that stuff. And we're not really flourishing until we're back into our trad society where we're really experiencing life as a pre-modern religious person, you know. That's real flourishing. You haven't experienced real flourishing with all your plastic video games and your Hogwarts and Harry Potters and all that stuff. It can't be real unless it's classical music listened to in a cathedral from 1500 something. But they all make that same argument. But I've always argued all along with both of them is screw you. There's spiritual moments in us playing video games as kids here in liberal United States of America. You know,
It's almost time for the Wordle for tomorrow.
oh, you play that every day?
I got it. Look at that.
I don't
What
even
was it?
know what it
How many
is.
did you
That
get
was-
it in?
That was
It's a
from
New York
today.
Times game. You got it in 2?
This morning.
I don't
Oh my
understand
God.
how it works.
No, it was late
There's-
last night. I stayed up until like 11:02.
There's
and I
only
finished it.
one word a day. You just randomly
Finished it
guess a word, and if anything that hits green is the letters in the right
I'm
place.
amazing.
Anything that hits yellow, that letter is in the word, but it's not in the right place. And
These are my
people try to
statistics.
people
They're
try to
not very
see
good. That was the first time I got it into.
people try to see
So
how many
it is a
options they can
skill
get in.
game.
Yeah,
Or
it's kind of like a
knowledge
skill,
game.
like a word game, and
If you just Google Wordle, pick up the New York Times, and it's just like.
Did
a
they use
web
the
app.
Scrabble dictionary?
I'm not sure. It just got hard in the last 3 days though. It's like yesterday. Like grimy was a word, which was really hard because
Grimy?
they had a couple controversial ones because the New York Times bought it, and there was like a couple days like when when Roe v. Wade got turned over, like the next day it had some sort of seeming reference to it, and they tried denying that's not a reference to it. I can't remember what the word was.
Oh, it's funny.
It wasn't just a typo.
Yeah,
I don't know why it just popped into my mind. But it was such a hilarious typo as I heard about. There's some guy running for like a state Congress in Louisiana, and his last name was Whitney, but there was a
Oh, no.
there was a typo. And,
I hope it was
and it was on the
whiny. Tell me
ballot
it
as
was whiny.
Whitey. No, it was on the ballot as Whitey, and it totally fucked the election.
Oh, whoops! That sounds like one of those Maricopa County accidents. Anyway, I'm still gonna go walk Charlie tonight, and he is
Charlie dog.
he's harassing me like a crazy dog over here. And anything
I
else?
thought like, oh, we'll do a good 2
Thanks-
hours, and then
Thanks
we'll
for
go to
coming
bed.
on, Marty. You can always come
Yeah.
on whenever you want. And we don't always live stream though. But
Just be prepared to be called a Trump-loving Mormon, because that's what you are now. Also racist and white.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Which kind of phobia is your favorite?
What kind of phobia?
Istophobia.
Yeah, what's your favorite bigotry? Is what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah, what's your
Marty,
which
tell
one's
me your
your-
Tell me your top 3 genocides right now.
well, my top one's probably like internalized misogyny, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Definitely,
And
yeah.
then the next one, yeah, I don't know.
I like
I'm
that.
I
masculinity.
think the best. Okay, here, closing thoughts. How much does this even matter, right? Is this just a hobby? Like
This-
I think about sometimes how much time I think about this. I'm like, I could be doing so much better things. Like I could.
This is
be-
one of the weird things about it is I've thought a lot lately that I think the culture conservatives are always having these arguments like, is culture downstream from the media, or is the media downstream from culture? Is the university upstream from culture, whatever sort of thing? But I think the average person, the general people, are getting sick of this. But it's getting more and more. It's getting, the money's getting trickled down in the institutions, and so we got this real weird dichotomy of like, I do think the hump has happened with the public.
Yeah.
And strangely enough, at the same time, it's been tripled into the money of the institutions. And so how that plays
it's
out.
the institutional capture that that scares me.
So I don't know how that plays out.
Of,
Does the cult, do the people
what
win
can you
out
do about it
over
though, right? Like ultimately it's like I can't do anything about it, and I'm still gonna treat people kind that I know in real life.
Yeah.
You know, that
what's that tells the
are
truth
all
then?
that are all swept away by all this, and maybe I'm the one that's swept away by all this. Like who? I don't know.
Well, no,
I'll be honest. Ever since I've had my collapse of belief, I don't stand on super firm ground anymore. As
there's
far
a little
as
bit
like
of
being
a thing
sure I'm
where
right.
they put you in a trap. They like, I mean, that's you kind of don't have a choice, because if they're gonna go around and say some men give birth, like saying nothing is acquiescence. You know,
Well,
like
I guess I'm willing to say like
you have
I
to
think
come out and
that's
say
silly,
like, no, I don't
right?
believe that.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'm okay with saying that, but ultimately, like I just
Well, yeah, but that puts you in the fight. Now you're a transphobe. See what they did?
I don't
Now
know.
you're in the
Maybe
fight.
it's just because my like ex-Mormon friends don't watch my stuff, but nobody's like kicked me out of their friend group or anything. Like,
oh man,
people care way more about how you treat them in person than what you think and believe.
There's a
how you
little
act
bit of a
matters
thing.
more.
Flip and I were talking, and Jared, we were talking in a thread just yesterday about how crazy things got 2016, you know, the same that this lady claims the other direction.
Evergreen.
And well, not just that, in general Facebook postings.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And in general Facebook postings and between people who you thought were friends and all that stuff, and it really like had like a peak moment of everybody really was flaming on each other, like on Facebook.
I wasn't on Facebook during that time. I was off Facebook I get anxiety with social media, which is why I never post anything on my personal page.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. And so I left Facebook, but I came back when we became ex-Mormon because I couldn't find any ex-Mormons. And it's almost like the same problem in the ex-Mormon world, right? Like you found your little ex-Mormon groups, but then you can't find anybody that's conservative.
The thing is like, I think it's a little bit like an ocean, and we're just another drop in that ocean, but I think that ocean is getting bigger. And we started the whole podcast about Troy Levitt, and Troy's he's currently going through what he went through 4 or 5 years ago again, of this mass kind of Twitter cancellation thing. But one of the things I was talking about, like how different it was on Facebook, like Flip was talking about a thing where he got into it with the feminist Mormon housewives. And I was talking about like how at that time frame, you poked a hornet's nest and that hornet's nest came back at you for 5 days straight or even longer, you know? And Troy's thing, like I bet you Troy's thing, it's circling back around because Harry Potter's about to release again. But I don't think it's got the superpower high charged nuttiness to it that it had behind it in, you know, I think we're kind of generally hinting at it that all over the place. We talked about that White Lotus. They're allowed to start writing gay people who are the bad guys again. And we've caught little bits of like where comedians are able to joke about themselves now again. And like you sense these things, but then you see this stuff where institutions, make it more concrete in their policies and all that sort of stuff, or add more money to it. So it's like a weird thing going on. And then you see Peterson go through the thing. So it's like, I don't know. It feels like it's.
It depends on where you're at. It's like localized almost, huh?
Yeah, it's localized
I was listening to Megyn Kelly, and she was saying that the school that her kids used to go to was like full on, like indoctrination, social justice warrior, like curriculum. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And like she said there were a lot of parents that were scared to like speak up, and anyway, they ended up moving and leaving New York. So.
Yeah, I do think it's hitting that, you know, how Malcolm Gladwell would call it like a blink moment. Like it feels like it's hitting that, and at the same time, it's so concrete into the institutions now. Like one of the things that's interesting to watch is in Hollywood and all that stuff, in video games, those always take 2-3 years to release. And they're kind of like all dropping movies now that had peak ideology from like the Floyd era and all that sorts of stuff. And it's landing on a society that's kind of done with it. And you just see that stuff just airball and whiff again and again and again with them, and or they even pull some of them. They pull them, like they pulled the entire Catwoman movie and stuff like that. It's
funny.
such a weird
I want to see
time.
it so bad now that they've pulled
I know.
I
The
never would have
Batgirl
watched
movie,
it if they just released it. But if they released it now, I'd pay money to see it.
The flip end
I would
too
pay
is like
money- so I'd pay money to see it in the same way that like people keep making up, and I think they're fake, but rumors that James Gunn is going to start Elliot Page as Superman, and I'm like, oh,
No
I would
way.
pay so much money to see that.
At this point, you can't put anything past them. I don't know.
Troy says that some people view in Hogwarts Legacy thing and the success of it as a turning point, which I hope that's true
might
for
be,
sure
yeah.
over in that world. And I do feel like culture, people wise, even lefties, like the lefties, like come on back to us, y'all. You know what I mean? Because I did like you. I liked you for years. I even kind of consider myself one of you. And I honestly think you guys could probably make better jokes about yourselves if you started getting back into it. You guys would be hilarious. You know, like Mike White is kind of doing that with White Lotus, you know, and there's a feeling that they're getting there, but it's at the same time, the high up muckety mucks have made bigger, dumber policies. But one of the things that's going to take care of that, unfortunately, is if we hit weird, hard, goofy economic times, that stuff will get rewritten real quick. And all those extra HR people will be the first laid off and all that stuff. But that's like, you don't want that either. You know what I mean? But that's what'll happen. You know?
Yeah. I guess I just feel like so much is out of my control. I'd rather just work on, you know, figuring out how to be a better person. Like,
sounds Buddhist. Go chase that.
Yeah,
it
well, I
sounds
mean, there's part of it.
Platonism, right?
There's-
Isn't that John Vervaeke selling?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've been on about it. Not many people. I don't know how he sells it because even when I start ranting about it, I can feel people's eyes glaze over. But his new series coming out. I told
I'm taking it my own way.
I told Seth Garrett from Transcendental Philosophy to watch it, and maybe I'd do some videos with him because he could get into it. Although he hasn't been a big Vervaeke fan. Maybe Jacob Hansen, maybe you, because I think that his series, his Beyond Socrates series, is a genuine effort to try to do secular church. I really think that's kind of what it is. Like it's a genuine effort.
It is
to, like,
definitely.
let's replace
And
this. And I want to review it and see, does he get there? You know what I mean?
So he is terrified of coming across or becoming any kind of grifter or any kind of, what's another word for it? Whatever. Like he doesn't.
Something.
Yeah, like he does not want to. What do you call? Shoot, I can't even. A guru. He doesn't want to be a guru.
Oh,
guru either,
yeah.
even though he's kind of already become that.
How many of those have
Yeah.
you watched? Have you watched any yet?
No, I should have. I even
I
had
watched
an
the-
early release because I'm a Patreon.
The first one, like the whole latter half of it, he talks about how like you need to embody and get physical, and like Socrates got physical, or Plato was a wrestler and all that stuff. So he spends the whole latter half teaching you how to meditate, and so like by the end of it, I'm kind of like, there's no way you're not going to become a guru. Some people get really into this, you know what I mean? There's that's just how it is. Although he's not selling anything, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's what I kind of want to do. I want to review it and critique, because even he himself talks in that thing of like, nothing's my grand final thesis. You can't ever in a Platonic way, as soon as you declare something your grand final thesis, you've already decidedly made it lacking, and you can't do that. And I would like to review the whole thing and just kind of, because
There
I've
can
been
never be a creed then.
yeah. So there's a well, that's one of the arguments of like some of the people in the more naturalist world will say you always got to think about the proximate goal, not the final goal, and like get out of your head about this idealism and stuff like that. But the whole entire thing, I'm interested in reviewing it and critiquing anybody else who wants to come along, but it might be a lot of watching. He says it's 25 episodes, but
who's
to
that?
critique, he's John Vervaeke, and he's one of the four horsemen of meaning with Peterson. And like I've been trying to tell people, like it's all been Platonism, it's all been Neoplatonism. It's one of the things I talk with Jacob Hansen and Vervaeke's. I think people kind of couldn't see it for a while, but he's kind of just basically come out and said it and said, yeah, this is what I'm doing. Of course, that's what I'm doing. And he's on it. But the way I describe it is like, you know, how Jefferson tried to take all the mysticism out of the Bible. He's kind of trying to take all the mysticism out of Platonism and put it all in like a real secular way. And it's like it's not, he says, I can't make it my grand thesis because then it ultimately wouldn't be, but he's trying to put it in this great big thing. And I think it'll be interesting, but like anything, like I think it will fail. But in the sense of, like I said, I've talked a lot, like I've been getting through Nietzsche a lot lately, and I didn't even realize, I knew it, but I didn't realize till now that Nietzsche probably went after Platonism and philosophy more than he ever went after Christianity. And we're just as hard, you know, and because he kind of views it a little bit the same in the same way. But Vervaeke's obviously aware of that. He's read Nietzsche, he knows all that stuff. So Vervaeke comes into it knowing all the angles of what's ever been said about all of it. He's not ignorant to any of it.
Right.
You know? And
he's super sincere. Like,
oh yeah,
I was on. He had like a special Patreon video thing, and I asked a question, and I was like, "So, are you gonna have like regular critics like available to come on?" Because I think that is where you mess up, is when you stop listening to critics.
Yeah, well, he won't stop. You know, he won't stop listening to critics.
But anyway, he put out that first little teaser video, and it had like all of this it was well produced, and there's like this music that made you all excited about it, and I was like,
so and then you didn't watch it, and you've been a fan all along. But this is the thing about it, is like I was kind of impressed with it because the day before he had an interview with Peterson, and when I listened to the interview with Peterson, by the end of it, I was like, this is why it can't work, because you guys got so inside baseball that 2 hours of it, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I cannot imagine people like supposedly gathering every Sunday to do this talk. But then I realized that his actual episode was far more directed at trying to make it accessible. You know,
that's good.
So
that's one of Nathan Digital Gnosis's biggest critiques of all of that, like Four Horsemen of Meaning people, is that they use the special language, and so therefore it can't be valid because
it's hard to get to. But that's one of the points I've been making for Peterson across time, and it's maybe like a point against him. But that's what I've been saying is like, so often people don't realize when he's dropping a Platonism. Does that make sense? Like, and he is like, he just directly is, which you could call it Jungian, but Jung comes from Platonism too. And so it's like a Mormon talking, you know, it's like a Mormon talking, except he's talking about Platonism. And a lot of times people don't grasp that that's the thing that he was just saying. And I think that people, go ahead. I was just going to say people are going to become more and more and more aware of, because it's spreading so much. It's almost kind of like a rebirth of a understanding of Platonism. Like everybody's going to kind of, I think everybody's going to kind of naturally start to understand what Platonism is better than we have over the past 100 years or whatever. The average Joe.
It might be fun to watch it, and then we can all like pull out clips and then talk about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right?
Or say like, see is he getting there? Is he actually getting there? Because we're always talking about, well, how do we imagine replacing this community in a post? And I think Vervaeke's going to get closer than anybody, but I think it's going to fail. And that's because I think it's all going to fail. But I think he's going to do the best, you know, the best that we'll see in a long time.
What's the series called? Is that after Socrates?
After Socrates. Yeah.
That's the series.
Yeah. Is he only releasing like one a week or something?
So it's like, well, I think he's already released 3, but then from there, I don't know what he's going to do. But and I don't mean he's going to fail because his thoughts and ideas aren't great. It's just like the same way Nietzsche tried to create like a new thing from Zarathustra or whatever. It's like, well, where's your church? You know what I mean? Like, there's people who follow you and like you and think you're a great, smart guy.
Yeah.
But where's your community? Where's your church? It didn't happen.
Right.
Kwanzaa didn't take either.
You can also watch. You can if you don't want to wait for that. He has like a 50 episode thing of Awakening from the Meaning Crisis,
which he'll be referring back to in this a whole lot.
Yeah, and that was so far so good. I haven't made it through all 50. I don't have time. And then I get distracted with stuff that's less
here's the benefit of Vervaeke maybe over Peterson, because I kind of think they're almost Vervaeke, Vanderklay, Pajau, and all those guys are all doing Neoplatonism. That's why they get along and talk so well. But Peterson's talking it from a Jungian point, and Peterson kind of hides the ball that's what he's doing. Pajau's doing it. Peterson does it from Jungian. He starts from a Jungian point, and Jung came through Platonism too. But he hides the ball. Like Peterson kind of never announces, "Hey guys, I'm doing a Platonism." Like when I'm talking about acting as if there's a God and all that sorts of stuff, I'm doing a Platonism. You know, I'm not inventing my own thing here. Really, I'm doing things that have been around for a long time and thought out by a lot of different people, and I know that I'm doing that, but I'm not going to tell you that I'm doing that.
And he would also value Christianity over any other religion.
Yeah, so he kind of credits to Christianity what's his Platonism. Like he's doing, and I think that's because he's trying to work it out, because he always knew that Christianity and Platonism were super close and influenced by each other and all that sort of stuff. And it's like he wants to fully believe the Christianity, but he's talking like Forrest, who was in our thing earlier. He has this whole episode I mentioned before. I brought it up with his brother. It's like he says he calls Peterson an atheist, and I said you can understand Peterson from an atheist standpoint, like Vervaeke is, but the point is that it's not really an atheism, because his Platonism is very, very similar to how Islam views God, or very, very similar to how a bunch of different Christians who borrowed from Platonism view God, not the Mormons, but there's a lot of, like Pajau views God very much the same as Islam does, very much the same as Platonists did. It's like this part of the universe that's this one that's down at the end of everything that starts and ends everything, you know. And so it's like you could say he's an atheist, but then you'd also have to say Islam's atheistic. Does that make sense? Like it's not. It's but all of those, that's the thing you don't realize, is like so many Sikhism, all these things. And they have like some person in history, like Maimonides, I can never say his name, in the Jewish religion. Kabbalah is Platonism. They're all versions of Platonism. And that's what James Lindsay's been on about so much, is that Hegel was a Platonism. Like the Hermeticism and Gnosticism of that was a version of it, that they took the actual writings from like Hermetics, which started a little bit before, but people think that Plato borrowed directly from the Hermetics in Egypt. And they're all doing it, and they're all just kind of doing different flavors and brands and things of it. And that's Nietzsche's point. That's how Nietzsche saw it. And Nietzsche was like, "Hey, screw all this too," you know. And he was just like more be a naturalist. And so like the guy Gerson, that guy I've showed you his book, his argument is that if you are just kind of a naturalist or that sort of thing, that it's not really philosophy. It's kind of just it's just an atheism, you know, like type of thing. But anyway, my whole point with all that is that there's people doing that all around you, and the left wing's doing it. That's what I've said about your friend Nathan, is like he says he criticizes their inside baseball idealism, but German idealism and the inside baseball of all that left wing transactivism is the same stuff.
And there's
just
their
inverted.
own in language too.
Their
Like,
own in
that's-
language and their own, and it all starts from the same Neoplatonism.
Theirs
And
is more mainstream though.
Yeah.
More people
And-
understand the woke language than the Vervaeke language.
So it's weird because like all that stuff, like I can, like anything, just like the postmodernists, like I can follow you guys if you can back off at any point. Like I can follow you, Foucault, that science sucks and people get in their heads about science becomes about power. If you can also at some point say, yeah, but sometimes somebody's just doing real science, you know, and it's the same with the Platonists. Like I like Vervaeke and Peterson because they can like look up and say, hey, I'm doing this Platonism and I think it's a good way to aim and do better and do these things in the world. But then you take these other people who take it all the way to the extremes, like, no, it is what the whole entire thing of the whole universe is. And if you don't do this, I'm against you. And, you know, they take it as far as religion goes. Well, some of them are religions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always, to me, it's the level of, are you able to back off your thing? You know, and that's really all it is.
Yeah, let's do it. Give us
Yeah.
a date, and then we'll do our homework, and then come with clips.
Yeah, let's watch it and review it. You guys, if you want to or not, because I can always tell that Flip and Jared get bored of the Platonism thing.
I can watch an After Socrates episode 1 introduction.
Yeah, introduction.
Yeah,
I can
watch
handle
it.
that. I
And
can
then-
handle at least one of these, if not more, by the next time we do
Well, that would be interesting to have your opinion if you weren't ended up saying I'm not watching anymore. That would be good to have you discuss why.
I've been listening to the Brothers Karamazov.
Good call.
I started reading it many years ago and only got like 2 chapters in, and then something happened. I don't remember.
Maybe Jared knows. I'd have to look it up, but I'd heard something recently that the brothers and the Brothers Karamazov, each one of them represented some Russian philosopher.
I don't know if they represent philosophers. They seem to represent emotions, though.
I think they do represent emotions, but I think somebody told me that he had intentionally thought of different Russian philosophers for each of the different brothers.
I don't remember it now, but I had a friend explain to me how, because we study Shakespeare, and we just think of it as like English, and I wish I remember all the details. But he talked about how all of the names in Shakespeare are often double and sometimes triple entendres in English, French, German, and Italian, and all this stuff. And and he explained it all to me once, and I had no idea that there was that many layers to it. It was really brilliant.
Yeah, I'm sure in the Russian and all that stuff too. It's
they reference things that just aren't even a reference. Well, I thought it was funny how did you see it's funny all the lists of what they're calling Wednesday, the character Wednesday, in all the Latin American countries, because
what do they call it? Quesafeta?
Miércoles.
Yeah. Okay. I guess in Spain.
No,
in
Portuguese it'd be especially dumb because they have Saturday and Sunday, and then the rest of the days are just like first day, second, or I mean they don't have second day, third day, fourth day. So that would be
it's the second fair, third fair, fourth fair,
would be
fair,
Wednesday, and so that'd be pretty.
That reminded me. I wanted to bring up that thing one time or another, kind of about how throwing away the religious ideas of traditional stuff is kind of stupid when we have great big galaxy brain ideas in that calendar. When the Russian revolution in France, they decided that they could redo the calendar. And it's just kind of I think that's just kind of like a good metaphor of maybe hold on to some of the ways those old religious guys did it. It's not saying that, it's just you're messing things up by trying to invent your new 10-day calendar.
Really good. Yeah, the 7-day week makes a lot of sense.
And who cares if it's got God's names on it and all that sort of stuff.
Well, that's exactly what's up with the Portuguese thing. That's why, because Sábado Domingo are totally Christian, but all the rest of the days of the week are named.
Is that why they got rid of the?
It's because all the rest of the names are named after European pagan gods.
Yeah.
And so that's why they just call it it's the second fair, third fair, fourth fair, fifth fair, sixth fair. And that's the other funny thing is because the abbreviation for Friday in Portuguese is SCX. So Americans always get a big, I've got sex coming up.
Sexta-feira.
We should, Jared, even Borzi, we should all review Vervaeke's thing because it's actually somebody trying to do the
Vervaeke's things don't. I like listening to Vervaeke.
Vervaeke wants me to be church EK. I'll give it a try.
Well, it's secular church. It's somebody trying to do the secular. He's definitely not.
I am very skeptical of secular religion, but let's give it a try.
I'm skeptical of pragmatic. I can't believe in things pragmatically, but.
Well, I don't think that. I don't think the pragmatic
all he has to do
is
is say 9% tithing, and he's got a big sell there.
The pragmatic thing. The pragmatic thing only ever works in the dark. Does that make sense? It's not saying go, because I think you become one of those trad pomo guys who are pretending to do it for politics. If at all you've had the bubble burst, but now you're just going to try to hold on to it and pretend. I think it's only ever pragmatic when you don't know the benefit that you're actually marching around getting out of something. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right.
Well, I think it's fine. I was just gonna say.
I heard somebody.
He says go do Tai Chi Chuan or whatever. He tells you go do a practice that involves moving your body because you can't just sit and read something. You have to have.
You have to be moving.
Yeah, you have to have a movement involved.
But Nietzsche would say the same thing. Nietzsche said he never had one good thought that didn't come to him when he wasn't walking. But
yeah. Anyways.
But I mean, I think that's true. But some of that, I heard Steve Stewart William, the guy from the Ape That Understood the Universe, he had some Twitter post recently where he talked about people who believe something are far more influential when they go. I mean, they did a study on it. They're far more influential when they go to sell it. Than, I mean, it seems kind of obvious, but it's a study that makes sense. Is that if you believe the thing, even if it's true or not, you sell it better than if you don't believe the thing.
That's the problem. I feel like I'm cursed with this understanding of the value of religion without the ability to ever practice it at all. Because I couldn't do it pragmatically. I would have to believe in the religion in order to
I agree with that. That's kind of it's like the point of like I can't be one of those pomo trads. Like I've got to have a road to Damascus moment, which I don't think is coming. Or it's not. I'm not gonna get there.
I'm gonna talk to a guy. Okay, so I walked in on my parents. That they'd leave their door open.
Ew.
No. They were watching.
That's what I thought you were saying too.
Yeah,
they was boning.
That happened when I was in high school. But anyway, so they were watching a video. There's this little podcast called Come Back Podcast. And this gal has been doing videos of people that have had faith crises, left, and then came back. And so there's this guy that was on some other video. I'm going to see if I can get him on my podcast. He was a guest. He claims he was like a super huge ex-Mormon guy, and he came back. So you never know. Maybe you guys will come back.
I will not like just as much. So Nietzsche again. We're talking about Nietzsche. Troy mentioned those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Yeah, well, Nietzsche, I found out was kind of ripped on Thomas Carlyle, which is one of the guys that Mencius Moldbug, one of those Pomo Trad guys, always points to as one of his starting point guys. So Nietzsche was already kind of like aware of the guys who got smart enough to bust out, but then we're going to like double back in and kind of fake it. So Nietzsche was already kind of calling out that type all the way back then. He says Thomas Carlyle was an atheist who, that sort of thing. He's an atheist who is, I forget exactly how he put it, but who was just kind of dancing along and was going to do it for political reasons. And he cut in. Those Pomo Trad guys love their Nietzsche, but I caught Nietzsche ripping into them as much as anybody. So, but I found out this too, this thing about take a hammer to your own philosophy. He was talking about a Dionysian tuning hammer. He's talking about tune yourself. Like he's not talking about break yourself up. He's talking about tune up see if your thoughts are in tune.
Interesting.
Okay, so wait, we've made it this far. In 1 minute, we can do this. You guys can help me.
No, I'm not gonna be able to get it.
I don't know how to play Wordle. I don't know how it works.
Just say a word. What's the game? Say any 5-letter word.
Well, it's not 12 yet.
No. Wait, how long?
Okay, just tell me the first word that you want to use. It's any 5-letter word.
Oh, so you don't see anything.
It's just like you just see the letters, and so you just say any 5-letter word.
Like.
But then a lot of people come. Do you try to game it at all, Marty? Do you try to game it with
Okay, so we got one right, but it's in the wrong spot, and then none of those other letters. So go.
Happy. I think. Wait, did I? Okay, yeah, do happy.
Yeah,
I think you can game it, so you always get like it in pretty early. Like
sometimes
if you choose the word Ouija, but then you'll never get it in 2 if you game it. Does that make sense?
Oh, like if you just do all the consonants, like
like Ouija. I used to always start with Ouija, so I'd get all the vowels and.
Hey, we got happy H right, and now we have an A, but it's in the wrong spot.
So the H is in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we know there's no I, G, or T, or P, or P, or Y. I see why this is fun.
Yeah.
I have
there's
a group
an L already.
I plan on sending it to everybody before everyone else.
Is there a? It can't be HA, so it's got to be like. It's not going to be an A. Is not going to be in the third slot, right? Is there any?
Yeah, that's a weird spot to get.
Heads. HEADS.
Oh.
Yeah, that works.
You might have got it. I think you might have got. Well, that's a weird word for them. Then you always thinking about New York Times trying to get.
Whoa, that's a lot to. So even though we don't get a lot, we have a lot that it isn't. Oh, let me. There's that.
And it shows the eliminator down there.
Yeah, that helps. You pull it back. There
So
we
it's
go.
A's in one of the last two spots. I'd say second to last, most likely.
It's got to be an I, a Y, right? No. There's
That'd be
already a Y is gone. No.
Halal. Oh no, L's already in there.
Yeah, it's got to be an O. Holla.
Hodl.
Is that a word?
No, that's a joke word. That's the word that they always used to say to hold the stock back in when people were gaming the stock market.
Yeah. Hodor.
That's funny. This is hard. I'm looking at the screen.
So, did we try R? R is R out?
R's still good, right?
A's in the last spot, huh?
No, it could be in the second to last spot.
What's in the second to last on the first letter? Oh, it's an H. Oh, okay.
I is out.
And when my husband asked me if I cheated, I'll be like, no.
Is M out?
No, it could be M. Holt? No, there's already T is gone. Some of these are really weird.
In Spanish, this is
If
one of the problems when you
have to
speak,
write
like,
it down on a piece of
bilingual
paper because I need to
people,
look
is like
at
you
this.
start filling in
Yeah,
like
this
all
is
these.
harder than that's
Try to-
hard.
Oh God, like HOGAR. I don't know if
Hut.
yeah.
Hutta. Hurry. Hurrah.
No.
You need an
Hurrah.
Hurrah.
A. No, that needs
Hooray.
two H's.
There could be two H's. It's okay to have two
Is there a
H's.
G?
That's not a word.
HOGAR?
There could
G
be two
is
A's
out.
and there could be two H's.
G's out. Oh yeah, that's right. It's in live.
No.
Ha 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 ha.
That's not a word.
There we go. We got it.
Hecka.
Yeah.
Hella.
You can end the show.
L is out.
I just
Hella can't be a real thing, right?
Hecka.
This is what I'm gonna be doing though as soon as it ends.
Well, enjoy.
Yes.
Heck, no, that doesn't work.
Anyway, yeah, just go. It's just a web. You don't have to download the app or
HIPAA.
anything. It's
Maybe
a web.
can it be
An acronym?
Can it be the thing that was supposed to protect us from sharing our medical information about vaccines?
HIPAA?
New York Times
No.
wouldn't choose that.
Oh, there is no I. It's got to be U or an O.
But
Is
that
the
would
other
be
vowel. HO. HON. Honda. Honka.
Honda would work, but that's a name, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. It's not gonna work.
Hoppe. Hans Hermann Hoppe. No, that's not what the name.
This is a tough one. Or I'm just not seeing something. Rex. Come on.
S is out, right?
I can't see it. Hoax?
That's not it.
Did
Ooh, maybe.
Do you put Horax? Is that a word?
No, it's not. I just tried
really-
it. It didn't work. I
Hoaxy.
tried lots of words. Okay, one a few days ago was belie.
What the hell?
BELIE. And it's like, I didn't know that was a word.
Belie.
So you're just like throwing letters up, hoping that it's a word?
At the very end, I mean, if you don't like totally throw away your guesses by the
What about
end, you have eliminated all the
Hubba.
things. And
Yeah, but you put Horax.
Is hubba like from hubba?
Hubba word?
HUBBA.
Because that'll be all.
Would they consider that a word?
It is a word. So we got you.
So we
but
know
A's
the A's in the second to last
So
spot.
it's HU with an A.
And there could still be another H.
Hoo-ha.
Hula. No, it's not L.
No
There's
L.
no L.
The second to the last. So it's got to be like.
So what are the two middle letters? Like an NT or a?
It's got to be like a consonant, right? Can you see?
No, I can't see him.
Guess it. Guess it. Jared, you don't have to stay.
I don't know. It's probably AH. Probably ends in an AH, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that could be. Huffa.
Oh, Troy guessed human. Try human.
Human.
Ah, I got it.
That's obvious.
That's terrible.
Is that what it was?
That's
Thanks,
why
Troy.
he's a fancy game.
You got it.
Good call, Troy.
We're dumb.
That's why he runs games, man.
He's game runner.
All right.
Can he run somebody make a new FTL? I want more FTL, but they won't make more of it.
I don't know what that is.
It's a good
No,
video game. Came out about 10 years ago. It was a little indie game. I just want more of it.
Okay. See you, kids.
Alrighty.
All right. I'm going to go to sleep.
Thanks, y'all. Have fun. I'm still gonna go walk the dog.
Wow. Enjoy.
All right.
See you.
You didn't see it.
Hasta la pasta.
Why can't I leave?
Thanks,
Sleep.
Troy, for all the help.
Why won't it leave? Click. Okay.